So good morning. So we expect some few more people just come in shortly from the morning coffee. Alexander, if you don't mind to close maybe the back doors so that we don't have... So welcome to the 19th Annual Scientific Baltic Business Management Conference. This year's title, as you saw it in your program, is Technology, Turbulence, and Transformation, Reimagining Business Society for a Sustainable Future, that brings researchers, academicians, and business leaders and policymakers to explore how artificial intelligence, digital ecosystems, and automation intersect with geopolitical instability, climate pressures, and shifting societal expectations. And obviously, what kind of leadership, resilience, and long-term thinking and strategy is necessary to navigate these increasingly complex landscapes. Now, before we do a little bit more introduction, I wanted to mention a few logistics. Obviously, this is the main hub right here. This is where the conference is. We're streaming our all the sessions online. The link is obviously in the program, but in case if you do not find it, you can simply go to YouTube and do research Riseba, and you'll see it. It has a live feed. Second is that I wanted to remind, if you be so kind, also to turn off your cell phones or put them on the vibrate mode so that we do not disturb each other. As a, again, reminder for the speakers, each speaker is allocated roughly plus minus 20 minutes. I will keep the tabs on time, and I will just kindly ask the speakers to adhere to the time slot, but I'll remind when the time will be approaching, when the time is up. And of course, obviously you'll have responses, reactions, and questions. Please keep them at the end of the panels. We have panels of 3 speakers. After that, we have 45 minutes discussion. Having said that, I just wanted to also remind it from my side as a Dean of Faculty of Media and Creative Technologies. One of the quotes I always remember from the very well-known 20th century dramaturg and playwright and director who had an immense influence of drama, film, theater, Bertolt Brecht. He said that art is the hammer by which shapes society. Hence, obviously, be respectful with your questions, but at the same time, encourage to have your questions slightly provocative, and I will be provocative, again, within the limits, because it is my firm belief that academia, particular arts, and also business at Riseba, is one of the last living bastions of democracy where the lively debates and real issues sometimes can be tackled openly and respectfully. And with that, I would like to have a few welcoming words invite on the stage our rector of Riseba University of Applied Sciences, Professor Irina Sennikova, as well as Vice Rector for Research and Development, Professor Walter Skaja. Please on the stage and say a few welcoming words.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, students, those who are here in the room, and also those who are behind the screen watching us online. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to Riseba and to our 19th Annual Business Management Baltic Business Management Conference. This year's topic is built on the findings of the last year conference when, if you remember, when we were talking about interaction between technology and humans. And technology, even if we look back during the year, advanced tremendously. But now we are talking not about technological development, we are talking about turbulence, uncertainty, and in fact, we are not talking about change, but we are talking about constant transformation. constant transformation of institutions, universities, societies. We see that also turbulence came to our region. In this light, we also have to make sure we build sustainable society, but we can do it only in collaboration between sectors, between institutions, private, public partnerships, only together. And of course, education has a vital role in the development and building a resilient future, because we have to make sure we are resilient. We have to change how we approach learning, and we really have to shape our future together. I would like to wish you a very interesting, engaging conference. I would like to wish you to be curious. Don't hesitate to challenge your thinking. Don't hesitate to challenge the speakers. And we will have the whole series of distinguished speakers presenting interesting ideas as keynote speakers. We have panel discussions. I invite you to be as interactive as possible. And tomorrow we'll have a day devoted to presenting research results. We are looking forward to listening to your ideas. This is an excellent platform to test your research findings. I wish you an interesting, engaging conference. Enjoy the day, build and extend your networks. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll pick up where Irina just ended, and I would love to start with a little bit uncomfortable thought. Well, we live in a world where everything has changed. Humanity has never possessed more data, more computing power, more technology, more predictive capability than before. And yet, many people, they would argue that probably that just increases some uncertainty in the world. We can predict consumer behavior with algorithms. We can generate strategies using artificial intelligence tools. We can analyze millions of data points in seconds. But still, economies surprise us. Societies surprise us. People surprise us. And that should make us press a pause. Because perhaps the biggest misconception of our time is that technology reduces uncertainty. Maybe technology doesn't do that. Maybe technology simply accelerates this uncertainty. And that's one of the most challenging questions for us to explore today and also tomorrow on scientific sessions. And if that sounds provocative, just look around us. Artificial intelligence transforms industries faster than ever before. If we used to learn ourselves at schools about industrial revolution, it's peanuts compared to what we see today. The emergence of new technologies where we barely can follow the news each day bringing us new solutions, new tools, new technologies. Seems like the world is spinning faster, and at the same time, I believe actually there is a bit of slowdown that challenges us. The turbulences which we see arising from technologies, from human actions, create a disruption, not just in business, but also in geopolitics, which in turn has serious impact on the way how we make our societal decisions, political decisions on developing nations, how we change our business world. What is ahead in the future is probably unknown to us due to uncertainty created by this technological intervention. And that's why this conference matters. Not because we are just merely here to discuss technologies and human development. No, it's about asking the most difficult question. What happens to people, to organizations and societies when technology geopolitical instability, economic turbulence, and rapid transformation collide. Is it a new Big Bang for our world? Hopefully not. Do we see the way out of those challenges and turbulences? How to make the world turn to the speed we want it to be, where we feel comfortable as inhabitants of this world. For centuries, the change always has been a question and a challenge. I would love to quote John Kennedy, who has said that change is the law of life. And those who live just in past or present will certainly miss the future. So I invite you to become visionaries, at least for those couple of days while we are meeting here at Riseba, and build the new world together. Good luck and enjoy your conference.
Thank you, Professor Irina Senikova and Professor Walter Skaja. And with that, I would like to start our first session, which is titled Navigating Turbulence, Global Forces Reshaping Business and Society. It's a very hot and very timely topic. And we will look into different perspectives from the international security, organizational leadership, and strategic human resource management to ask a simple but very timely and, again, a hot question. How do we lead and organize both societies and our institutions when turbulence is not exception but the new norm? And we have three very exciting and strong speakers. Dr. Tom Rostoks will address the out-of-order realities, the current international security environment, unpacking the sources of today's turbulence and what they mean for regional politics, economic security, and long-term strategic planning. Then next we'll have online presenter Dr. Bella Butler, who will turn to leadership under uncertainty, exploring how organizations can be guided through complexity and long-term risk without falling back into denial or panic. And finally, the panel will conclude with the final Erika Todier, who will focus on the people and systems, how strategic HR can help build resilient, future-ready organizations that maintain trust, capability, adaptability, and constant pressure. And at the end, we will have a panel discussion, which will be also open to the public for questions. And the panel will be joined by Professor Irina Senikova and Professor Arne Saukar from the Stockholm Institute of Economics. And with the first speaker, it is my pleasure to invite on the stage Doctor of Political Science, Tom Rostoks, who is Vice Rector for Science at the National Defense Academy of Latvia. Tom has authored numerous academic publications, including edited volume Deterring Russia in Europe, articles in Defense and Security Analysis, Journal of Common Market Studies, European Security, Journal of Baltic Studies. His research primarily focuses on deterrence, military tripwires, reintroduction of conscription in Latvia, gender-neutral conscription, and the relationship between public opinion and national security and defense. His ongoing research projects include, and not limited to, participation in the book project Russia's War on Ukraine. Also, he's involved in the book project Military Cultures in Democracies with Bundeswehr Center of Military History and Social Sciences. Dr. Tom Rostoks, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you for the generous introduction, and I'm glad that this works. Before I begin, the subject is vast, and then it's 20 minutes, you know, there are so many factors which have influence on international security and obviously European security, which is sort of the greatest concern for all of us, I suppose. So I will cover a few things. So the topic is vast, the presentation short. And then I look forward to being challenged during the Q&A session and the panel discussion. And also just a couple of disclaimers. One is that AI was used in generating backgrounds for the slides, and even more importantly, my presentation it does not reflect views of Latvian government or the Latvian military in any shape or form. These are simply my ideas. Okay, so the subject is out of order, and I guess I am one of many people, and there are, I believe, a lot of you in the audience as well, who are trying to make sense of international politics and international security, partly because humankind has means to end life on this planet. So if everything goes terribly wrong, then we're all going to die sooner rather than later. And then, of course, also what happens internationally. So if the American foreign policy changes, and if Americans don't want to be involved in European security as to the extent that they used to be involved, then that would have far-reaching implications for European and, even more importantly, Baltic security. So what are the sources of global instability and turbulence? And this is a persistent theme that I'll be addressing throughout the presentation. The traditional view captured by this term Thucydides trap is that the main source of instability is power transitions. These are very dangerous situations because great powers, they're supposed to compete. It's almost inevitable. And in a sense, it doesn't matter what particular political leaders want or don't want. Perhaps political leaders don't want to compete, but when they assume these high offices, when they become leaders, prime ministers, presidents, then they find that there's no other choice than competing with each other, and competition can get out of hand as well. And as the result, you have military conflicts. And we have been living since early 1990s in a very unusual international setting, the setting that was dominated by one single power. There was a point during the United States War on Terror when the United States military expenditure was as high as military expenditures of all other countries in the world. That has changed somewhat. However, if the plans of U.S. Current administration, if they come to fruition, and the U.S. military budget, or war budget, you could say, is passed eventually, then the next year, U.S. military spending could amount to $1.5 trillion, which would be something like 50% more than this year. So, United States has enjoyed this military dominance, but we also know that over the past, I would say, 15 years, things have been changing, especially with greater Russian assertiveness and greater Chinese not assertiveness, but rather ambition, I would say, since President Xi came to power in 2013, was it? Okay, but rising powers are the source of instability because they create fear. And then you could have a reasonable debate about whether it's the rising power that initiates conflict or it's the current great power unipole that initiates conflict, I would align myself with the school which says that it's the existing power which initiates conflict, because the rising power can count on, becoming more powerful each year. So next year I'm going to be in an even better position to challenge the existing power, while the existing great power could be very pessimistic about the future, meaning that next year I'll be weaker in relational, relative terms. Right. So that has been the traditional view, that there are these structural reasons which create global turbulence and instability. And Thucydides' trap, it's named after ancient Greek military and historian Thucydides, who wrote the Peloponnesian War, which was great power war in ancient Greece between Athens and Sparta. But then, of course, this is a very simplistic idea, and we like simplistic ideas. We like simplifications of the reality around us, because then we think we can really get a good grasp of the world around us. But then the problem with simple ideas is that they leave a lot of things out. And there are other factors which have powerful influences on international politics. So the modified view would be that sources of instability are really contingent. So they depend on leaders and they depend on unforeseen events. They depend on technological change, which is also mentioned in the introduction. So we're really talking about a broad array of factors, both domestic and international, which may or may not produce great power conflict. And great power conflict would be incredibly disastrous for the entire world at this point. I mean, incredibly disruptive. And also, with this modified view, there had been so much talk about how China and the United States might descend into military conflict, either over Taiwan or because of some other reason. The problem, though, is that, at least for now, that relationship seems to be very competitive, but also quite stable. And unless Chinese make a move on Taiwan, it's very likely that this relationship will not descend into a military conflict. All right. And also, so one thing that I would like to emphasize on this issue of stability and instability is that when great powers and political leaders, when they don't accept constraints on their behavior, we can expect instability. When political leaders think that they are constrained by other players, other states, or by rules, or those could also be moral constraints, then we can expect more stability. And then, of course, the question is, well, to what extent are leaders of China, Russia, and United States constrained? I mean, Donald Trump's political career has been built on challenging constraints. The Chinese are also challenging constraints, trying to remake the world. And with Russia, I think it's also fairly clear what's going on. All right. So to elaborate a little bit more on these structural sources of instability, these are major powers that have security grievances and that have regional or global ambitions. With Russia and China, I would specifically like to emphasize that their borders, physical borders, and also their influence in the world to a certain extent, So these borders are borders of defeat. So China lost Taiwan. It's not in possession of something. So there's something that China really wants to change. And there's also something that Russia really wants to change. Ukraine is the primary objective, but there will be other objectives as well. So those countries that are dissatisfied with the status quo, they are likely to push for change. So they will be the sources of instability. Then with the United States, obviously, we would expect the US to be quite content with what it has. And as a great power, the United States could be content with what it has, but its leader is not. So Donald Trump is pushing for change, and the United States is behaving like a revisionist power. But then there are also a lot of these contingent sources of instability. So this is where we're talking about preferences, grievances, and ambitions of political leaders. We can talk about crises, a variety of crises as well. There are lots of regional conflicts, and we know that these great powers, especially the United States, has client states around the world. And it means that at least the US is heavily involved in security, regional security affairs throughout the world. And then we're also in this era of technological disruption. And this is not a subject on which I would feel comfortable to speak, but it seems that, let's say, AI would increasingly be used for military purposes, and the space would be increasingly militarized, and the countries would be looking for new and better technologies that can be used for military purposes. And then what also creates some degree of instability is domestic politics as well. So, I mean, domestic politics can be a source of stability, but it can also be a source of dissatisfaction and instability and diversionary wars, let's say. I will elaborate on the US case because it's really, really peculiar. Theoretically, the US should be satisfied with what it has, but at the moment, it's not. And there are a number of things that deserve to be discussed or at least mentioned in that context. So Donald Trump personally is something who rebels against conventional norms. So he's been critical of the US policy since 1970s, or at least since 1980s. And by the way, Iran has been an important issue for Donald Trump. He's been talking about taking oil since 1980s, right? When he had no political ambitions at that point. Donald Trump has this basically chaos kid strategy. He's a chaos kid. He thrives, or at least he believes, and his supporters believe that he thrives when things are disrupted, because when you throw a lot of things up in the air, there's chaos, and that, and if you are powerful enough, and the United States is an extraordinarily powerful country, then such a powerful country can get something out of the chaos that it has created. Then Donald Trump challenges a number of norms of accepted behavior in politics, so name-calling. So that has these domestic politics implications mostly, but then when someone begins to challenge the norm of sovereignty, and the assumption is that we would have international stability if states wouldn't have to worry about their territorial sovereignty, And then Trump says, well, but why not? I mean, what's so special about 21st century? I mean, territory changed hands in 19th century. Why not in 21st century? And he has a point in that. So really, the world is of our making. So this is a reference to Greenland to a certain sense, but not just that. Donald Trump has initiated domestic political transformation in the US. He wants to remake the US government. And the government, well, let's be honest, it's government employees in the US, government officials have, for the most part, I mean, the bureaucracy has been college-educated and quite liberal, so it's been difficult for a conservative president to run the country according to his vision. And then Trump's approach to allies has been very different as well. He thinks that he can get a better deal out of the US relationship with its allies. So Europe needs United States security protection, and that's a bargaining chip that has been used extensively. And also, Europe probably needs the US military assistance to Ukraine, and again, that has been a bargaining chip. But despite that, I mean, lots of things have changed in that regard, and the US military assistance to Ukraine isn't as important as it used to be. But at the same time, the relationship with Europe is controversial, because on the one hand, Trump disrupts Europe. Trump weakens Europe. I mean, if Europe gets a worse trade deal with the United States, it weakens Europe. On the other hand, if Trump demands greater defense spending, higher defense spending in Europe, it will potentially strengthen Europe. So there's this love and hate relationship with Europe. And Donald Trump's emphasis on transactionalism really is a source of concern for Europe, because European allies essentially fear ending up being placed on the menu rather than having a proper seat at the table where things are decided. And an important question, I will not have the time to discuss this, is about irreversibility or reversibility of the current trends. So more than 2 years left under Donald Trump, and we'll see about whether the changes that he has induced can be reversed. Okay, so finally, a few words about Europe. So this will be brief. It's not the end of the world for Europe, I think. I mean, Europe faces a number of challenges, and I would say that the biggest challenges are economic. Europe needs to become economically more dynamic. Europeans are fairly rich, and if we have a security problem, and I mean, if Russia is our security problem, it should not be too difficult to tackle that for a continent of a few 100 million people and a GDP that's way higher than Russia's GDP. So if we only allocate more money for defense, we should be fine as Europeans. And actually, Russia should not be too difficult to deter, despite the fact that, despite of all the atrocities that Russia has committed in Ukraine. So really, Europe needs to adjust its course, and then we would be fine. I hope that's an optimistic message, and just to cheer you up a bit more, maybe those fat cats in Europe really need to arm themselves up and play a more decisive role in international politics. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor. I got to be honest that we've met on a few occasions. It's the first time where I actually agree more with Professor Rostrok's than disagree. So I'm actually looking forward to discussions because you did raise some important points. And I do, personally, I do agree that the challenge of Europe today, particularly EU, is more scientific, infrastructural, and economic rather than military, although that's important. But so I'm looking forward to the panel discussion. So with that, I wanted to introduce the second speaker who will be talking about leadership under uncertainty, guiding organizations through complexity in long-term risk. And the speaker is Dr. Bella Butler, who is unfortunately still in Australia. As you know, the flights get canceled and there's a cost of fuel. And so apparently that did play a role that she was, but we do hope that Professor Bella Butler will be able to join us in the next conference next year. So she's Associate Professor of Faculty of Business and Law at Curtin University, Australia, where she's also a course coordinator for one of the best performing courses on Master of Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Leadership and Governance. Professor Butler has initiated and co-designed and led the development of the course of Governance Leadership in collaboration with the Governance Institute of Australia, and obviously she has a very diverse teaching portfolio where she leads a team of academics at all campuses of Curtin University that includes Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, and United Arab Emirates. Professor Butler has published in top international journals, including Journal of World Business, Industrial Marketing Management, Management Decisions, Journal of Business in Industrial Marketing. And Professor Butler is an experienced HDR supervisor currently at 7 doctorate graduates under her supervision. Dr. Bella Butler, we are happy to see you online. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Professor Igor's deputy. Good morning, distinguished Rizeba colleagues and students. I'm very happy to be with you. I would much prefer to be in the room with you. However, online participation is still better than not participation. I will go ahead with the presentation. As the previous speakers acknowledged, increased complexity and challenges which organizations experience in this highly risky environment. The focus of my presentation will be on recognition of anticipation and prediction, and as the key approach which leaders and board directors should use for governance resilience in a highly risky environment. This will be discussed, and how this can be achieved will be discussed by using the Reimagining framework to recognize different complexity environments. Then we will discuss some popular demands or truisms and how leaders can challenge these truisms. And we will conclude with some recommendations for leaders. It is a very interesting environment, and we as management scholars and management educators have a responsibility to empower our students, empower industry partners to work around this ever-increased complexity and lead their organization in order to take advantage and be always prepared. So let's begin. I will not talk about what causes uncertainty. In fact, in management literature, there is an interesting shared belief that uncertainty has become sustained. The change has become complex. So in this environment, if organizations have static plans, these static plans can quickly become liabilities. So what is required in this environment? That organizations and their leaders, and particularly board directors, use anticipation, prediction of what is going to happen. Sustained uncertainty is a new normal. Resilient leadership, strong governance, dynamic real-time risk management are now becoming imperative to protect and sustain value for a long time. So how can this be achieved? Leadership has to focus on building resilient capabilities. What it means? It means that they have to continuously assess what's happening in the environment, not only to ensure business to be continued, but also prepare organizations for the future, act quicker than competitors would do. And this requires special capability of dynamic risk. Previous speakers had already acknowledged the role of technology in increasing complexity and uncertainty. But what technology can be used here is to monitor risks as they arise. So this real-time monitoring, data-driven decision-making should be used to ensure that risks are identified as they arise, and then inform decision makers and responses of organizations to these risks. Resilience comes from a long-term mindset. Now, this is easy to say than to implement, especially if organizational leaders find themselves in their day-to-day operations as being part of the dance floor, as opposite to be on the captain's balcony, where they supposed to and ensure that organizational actions are in line with their strategies, with their long-term goals. This is even more challenging when organizations have to respond to crisis. What that means that leaders experience tension between what is urgent, must be done, is important. So it is responsibility of leaders to ensure that they are not found themselves too much trapped in business, but instead they use their long-term mindset. They ensure that organizational action in line with their long-term strategies. So what is included, what is required from effective board management? People talk that board directors cannot govern if they cannot measure, if they don't understand what is going on. But in this case, it can be overcome by strong governance, dynamic risk management, and resilient leadership. So let's discuss how this can be achieved, and we will do it through the lens of so-called Canadian framework. This framework, Canadian means the habitat is Scottish, but this is a special recognized conceptual and problem-solving tool. It enables leaders to recognize different degrees of complexity. Let's begin with the simplest form, where it is processes which are very clear. For example, boarding of any aircraft for flight, which will be implemented. Very simple. You invite passengers who fly business class first. You invite families with small children. Everyone else has special zones, and passengers are called according to their zone. Zone 6, 5, and so on. The process is simple. People have to demonstrate their boarding passes. Very, it is something repeatable. Yes. Next is complicated, much more complicated. For example, the flight which I was going to use on my way to Riga until it was cancelled in response to the war in the Middle East and the following crisis. So this Air Baltic sorry, I didn't put flight number, but I was going to fly a particular aircraft on my way to Riga. And so what it means? It is a very complex piece of machinery. It takes on board more than 100 people, passengers plus crew members, has about 100 tons of fuel. So how to operate it both in the air and also use navigation to operate and maintenance all require people who are highly trained, highly experienced, and this complicated situation, complicated things require combined effort. Next, complex. For example, any crew consists of people coming from different backgrounds. People speak different languages, have different experiences. Sometimes they work very well together. Sometimes they're challenged by the circumstances. So it is always complex. The same people may have excellent experience with each other, but during next situation, some conflicts may arise. And also they have to interact with people on board. It can be challenging. And finally, chaos. And let me illustrate what do I mean by this particular flight. So this flight took place some time ago. And what was interesting about this situation is that Air 380s were used by major international airlines. And it was early days when these particular aircrafts become operational. And you can see that the flight was regular flight. And a few minutes after departure from Singapore Changi Airport, something became wrong with one of Rolls-Royce engines. So very comprehensive testing was implemented. And after 2 hours, the decision was made to land and back at Changi Airport in Singapore. Fortunately, there are no injuries to the passengers, people on the ground, despite debris were flying into the Batam area. So, interestingly, this incident took place on one flight. However, the consequences were industry-wide. You can see on the slide that, for example, Qantas had to temporarily stop operations of Air A380. Other aircraft had also comprehensive testing of engines before they were returned to airlines. So it is chaos. Now, what are the implications? Yes, by the way, before we go ahead, how would you categorize this situation? It took place relatively recently, and you can see that one of the Emirates flight also operated on A380, huge aircraft with lots of people on board. Instead of flying directly to Dubai, it was diverted to Perth, where I am located. Now, you may think that, it's on the way or it's close enough. Not at all, not at all. It takes 14 hours to fly from Sydney to Dubai, and most passengers don't just go to Dubai as their final destination. Instead, they use Dubai as an international hub to use connecting flights. So these old people were diverted to Perth. It's 4.5, 5 hours on the other side of the continent. It's not on the way to Dubai, other way around. And why so? Because it was medical emergency on board. So life was saved. After 3 hours, this flight continued from Perth to Dubai. So it's another 11 hours. Instead of 14 hours of direct flight, passengers had to experience about nearly 18 hours. So what we can see and what are the implications? And implications for management is here. When we deal with simple situations, then cause and effect relationships are repeatable and predictable. everything is known, simple. In case of complicated, we can see the outcomes, and they require some analysis, but they're still knowable, still relatively simple to understand cause and effect relationship. In case of complexity, it is in retrospective, you can understand relationship between cause and effect. Sometimes these relationships are unpredictable. And finally, when we deal with chaos, there is no cause and effect relationship perceivable. So how can we address it as the managers and leaders of organization? In case of clarity, simply notify and update what is going on, communicate. Communication is important. In case of complicated system, it's important to continuously engage in debate and understand results of analysis, results of this debate. Complexity requires extensive consultation with stakeholders, especially involved in actions, decision making. And finally, chaos. This is where you don't have time to reflect. You have to act. For example, the aircraft was divided from Dubai to the other side of the continent to save lives. So in case of crisis, we have to first restore stability. We have to save people's lives. We have to save resources. So in this case, there is no time to sit or ask questions. You have to act and then analyze later. You have to direct command. This is what is required from leaders in crisis. So now we are going to discuss some truisms or popular beliefs about complexity. One is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different demand isn't science. However, it is the case in a complex environment. Doing the same twice will lead to different outcomes. Next popular belief is you can't fix something which you cannot measure. Very important. However, you can't measure, but you can intervene in a complex environment. Even so, you can't measure it reliably. Next, predicting the behavior of a complex system is like predicting the weather by looking at a single cloud. And yet, in complex system, clarity is just another form of confusion. So think about it. And what we recognize in highly unpredictable, complex, volatile environment, that by using this complexity worldview, we understand that relationships are not so straightforward with cause and effect. And in fact, the system demonstrates interconnected forces. By recognizing these forces and interconnected force, we can made up of diverse interconnected elements. We recognize dynamic and open to wider environmental influences. We can also welcome some emerging properties from interaction. So what it means that each individual input is not the same as interactive inputs of this individual. Systems increasingly required to be self-organizing. And what it means that patterns not necessarily can be all planned, but instead patterns emerge through interaction, through dynamics with the environment. So hard to predict and control, but at the same time, you can intervene, you can identify, and if you can do it quicker than competitors do, not only you will be at a disadvantage through this increased instability, but rather it's an opportunity to identify source of advantage. So, coming back to my initial statement that in current environment, it is expected from leaders and board members to ensure their capabilities to anticipate and predict the environment. How can this be done? This can be done by recognizing complexity, by understanding that some autonomy be given to certain inputs, certain people in the organization or even business units. It's important to ensure the ability to adapt. And adaptability is coming from learning from past experience, as well as by responding to what's currently happening, real-time management, real-time risk monitoring. We recognize interconnectedness. Everything is connected, and it is interactions between different inputs and different people play a crucial role. In other words, the sum of individuals is not the same as each individual input. We also recognize and embrace emergence. Why? Because yes, we recognize not everything can be predictable just based on individual inputs, but it is joint learning, interaction of different people, collective behavior of organization, and as a result, self-organization makes a lot of difference. We recognize that, again, there is no linear relationship between cause and effect. Instead, what we recognize that sometimes even small events are small changes implemented even at the individual or business unit level can have significant disproportional effect for the organization or even in the organization environment and interaction between organizations and various stakeholders. We embrace that organizations have to be self-organized. Again, this is not a new belief. Self-organizing organization was introduced several decades ago, but it is nowadays organizations have to be self-organized. Even so, it can be quite challenging, especially when we talk about certain complexity and particularly organizations have to demonstrate compliance. And also looking at more holism in recognizing interrelationships. And here is what already discussed by previous speakers about the need to collaborate internally, collaborate with government, use non-market strategies, collaborate with competitors in order to make stronger their positioning in the industry and in overall market environment. And finally, recognize uncertainty and ambiguity. Yes, predictability is limited, but it is possible to anticipate. Need organizations to ensure business continuity, but at the same time, being prepared for the future. This presentation was prepared based on a number of academic publications, as well as some materials shared with me as a graduate member of Australian Institute of Company Directors as part of training for members. Thank you. And I look forward to be challenged by, through questions. Thank you.
Well, listening to this presentation, you probably you would agree with me that no matter how complex and sophisticated is an aircraft, it's only as good as the pilots that are flying it. So which brings us to the third speaker who will be talking about the human capital and human resources. The Presentation is Strategic Human Resources Management in the Turbulent World, How to Build Resilient and Future-Ready Organizations. Erika Todier is the head of the Human Resources Policy Department at the State Chancellery of Latvia. She's an experienced professional in strategic human resource management, focusing on promoting sustainable organizational development, enhancing employee experience. Her experience shows that effective HR management is essential for creating competitive and exceptional work environment. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, rectors, good morning, professors, students, and other participants. Thank you for inviting for this conference, and it's allow share the experience, which is more than 18 years long. After 18 years, I don't count anymore. It's more than 18, and through this experience, of course, I had grown in the human resource field from the basic to the strategic. And if we look today in this turbulence world, we can say that before also was challenges in organizations through these human resource management policies. Only the difference past and today and future, it was more stable part. You can predict how it will be, what we need to solve, long-term strategies. We have resources. We didn't need to fight about them, how it's now. We need to fight because there is no resources. We see that aging young people is less. And if we look on the past, today, and in the future, in the books, in the past was writing, one author said, why HR is in the room, this is a strategic meeting. And after some time, why HR is in the room, in the past, why HR is in the room, we are discussing about the strategic part, because HR before was more administrative function. Now, if the HR isn't in the room, where they are, we need them. Because if still organizations look that HR is administration function, that they are not ready for the future. They still live in the past, and they still live in the way in the past. That's why if we want to go forward and be together with the future, the first element what we need to change is our mindset. Open mindset, the changes we see as opportunity, because changes is nowadays, every day, and they are not burdens, but opportunities. And we need to change mindset how we work. We need to go out from the box and look around, because the past is not working anymore. And mindset allows us to shape the future. And this presentation I built through this conference topic about these 3 T: technology, turbulence, transformation. The part which helps to see the future organization. But if we want that the organization is resilient and future ready, we need the 4 T, trust. Because if we build technology, if we build artificial intelligence, if we work with all this turbulence, and now we are in big turbulence every day, and we want to transform process, but if we don't go through this trust, when we don't put the people first, humility, like Latvian cilvēciskums, or the processes will be not transparent. And if we don't build the environment very safety, then these 3 T, technology turbulence transformation will not work very well for the future organizations. That's why the trust is included in this part also. And if we go through all these 4T technology, in the HR, I always looked how it will be changed when digitalization comes in our world, when artificial intelligence come data. And in 2019, there still was first digitalization, after artificial intelligence, and so on. But in COVID time, everything was in one time. And there was discussion about the human resource policy. We are more centric. There is, of course, there was database, there was data, but we didn't use the data actually so much. And then comes this AI, but it can be included, how it will be work. And after 2019, 2020, 2021, the AI is in our world. It helps us if we, of course, use ethical, if we use data which is clean, which not discriminate people, that AI can help us to build strategic human resource policy. We can look like in the future, forward-thinking human resource policy. But at the same time, we need change how we work. And in the human resource policy, of course, all this digitalization, all this data helps us. But we need to think that skill intelligence is a new intelligence. We don't see only what we are learning, but we need to actually monitoring also which skills we need. And artificial intelligence help us. And now it's a new skills quotient, the new name, because in HR field every time is coming some new words, also new words. So this is speed, reshaping, intelligence. 3 words which we need to use to go through technology. After turbulence, and nowadays, and these days I am in very big turbulence, this global crisis, geopolitical instability, what was in the first presentation. Also, I am working in public sector, of course, all these policy, pollution parts and all these parts what is now in today, and also election which is coming. But the most important what we are, I have sometimes feeling we only discuss about this, but we are not thinking about this aging part. Yeah, we have data, how old we are and all this part, and we see this is data for 2060. Already we see that bottleneck, but where is young people? How we can manage with young people, how we can get them involved in our work life. That's why we need also this to change and be more flexible for young people. Learning, and the word is experiential learning. Learning through practical part, not only courses or some theories, but theory a little bit more practical, that we are ready for the technology life. And if we look on the future, we see that more and more we need to think about the expertise, but also how we can give the young people the expertise that they are ready for the world market. Skill distribution in this World Economic Report, it sees the latest data is that the new skills are 39%, and it will grow every time. So we need reskilling, upskilling, but we need the skill part that is more practical. And expect this changing workforce expectation. COVID give us like remote working, hybrid more working, but there is more working parts that need to change, and the these expectations are more different, more future based. And about the young people, there are also two graphs where I want to see to show that young people in the future, we will really have gap with our human resource. We can see in middle, this is just from 18 till 29 years old people. We see already how go down. And now working with Europe Commission, also how we can more get Latvians in European Union institutions. We also see that in the specialist, young specialist positions, we have very less people. So young people, we need to more focus how we can include them more involved in our turbulence world. Third T, transformation. And there is three double V, workplace, workforce, work task. This is also which is need to redesign, restructure, and with some. Because workplace where we work, it's not only the place where we work, it's around. It can be global, it can be national, it can be in organization, it can be in-house. We need to be more flexible about this. Workforce, skills, we have an issue with our human resource policies. And with workforce, we need to transform this HR policy, which is more individually. And the new theory says that before already was that the motivation system, the learning and development plans, we need be individually, but also career part. We need to open for them the way that they can free to use how they build the career. Because if we see on the loyalty, don't expect that they will work for long term, because in one book I read, employers look employees for the marriage, but employees look employers for the short relationships. And this mindset, we need to think about this in the future. We can't expect that our employees will work 7, 10, 15 years, but we can build mobility, that they can work, but at the same time they have open doors for the professions, for the tasks, for the responsibility. That's why work tasks also change. More responsible, more with this mindset that I do work which is important. And that's why long-term stability, all these policies what was before will not work in the future, and we need to be more modern and flexible. And this is where we are looking that we need change also our policies in state government. And wisdom as word also, we need to think how we can keep knowledge management, because with aging we are losing knowledge, experience. And then how we can use artificial intelligence, how we can route this, what in the simple words, the people what they had in the head, how we can automatize it, and how we can keep this knowledge for the next generation, and how we don't lose them so that just they close the doors and they go out. And trust. All is good. We build technologies, we build all these processes, but what is from my side, where I every day say we need to think about responsible human resource management. We need to think people first. We can't forget them. And all processes what we build in the human resource policies. And if we want to be ready for the future, first is people. And that's why it's very important, if we want to build trust, it's behavior, it's relationship between employers, between colleagues, because nowadays it's also mental health issues. Also, we can't forget about the bossing mobbing part. So we need more responsible about our people, because we are with every day less and less. And if we understand this, that people first, and we build through these processes, then organization has this resource. Because if you don't have people not working, resource, all this technologies, everything, you need these people. Less, but smart and motivate, engage it, and they will give you more power to your organization. And about public sector, also we are looking, and the last 2 years, actually it's a lot of thinking in this turbulence world what we have. Also, in the public sector, the turbulence also is trust to the public sector. This is our big issue, because no one tried to help us. We need to give this trust to you, to every people from our side. And that's why we are looking how to modernize our HR policy. And step by step, you can see that at the first, yes, we are administrative still, we are process-driven still, but we are going one step already in the digitalization, in the data-driven, because at this moment we are implementing a unified human resource management system, which will help standardize all processes, where all employee will be this employee life cycle will be in digital, but we will get time for communication with our employees, time to speak, to listen them, because at this moment, in this world that we have, we miss this time, and you can ask all yourself, you have time to discuss about things with challenging organization. And you can see the topics what will be in this system, and we try to build system with value. Just is not a system, just system, but the system will help for HR people, for leadership, and for employees. And it's more flexible for and the part is this. I want to go back a little bit in the steps, if it's possible, to be this system. It's flexible and future for ready. So I hope I can get now. How I can get back to the steps? Just one. And also with this human resource management system, we want go away from administrative tasks to more strategic, data-driven, that our decision-making is based on data. And there may be some just steps back in 2015 when I participated in the first international conference. And there was a speaker who gave presentation about 2025. 10 years forward, I am listening, yes, there will be talent wars, there will be that HR need to be more global, and you are listening and like how it's possible? Because why it's possible? Because before we didn't use the data how we use now. We can predict a lot of things. And people-centric, and also we are looking that it's connect with all these trends, what is in global and also in European Union institutions. So when we will be digitalized, strategic, data-driven, we are looking of this responsibility to this sustainability, because HR need to be like responsible about what every day is doing, because of course we know that HR function, it's little bit cost for the organization. That's why we need to be also responsible about how we manage this part. And my last is that the future work, yes, it's challenging, it's take challenge, but if we are looking with open mindset, If we are looking like purposeful, and we design that we look in this turbulence with like, we are looking, but we are not afraid, but okay, there is no recipe, but we can manage this. We will build the future-ready organization, which will be also resilient in the turbulent world. So be visionaries, don't be afraid to shape the future, and how I say to my colleagues, if there is a crazy idea, it means we need to implement. So don't be afraid from the future, but be the future, because you can build this, and we can give something to stay for the next generations. Thank you.
So, Erika, if you don't mind, you can stay here, because now with I invite Professor Irina Senikov, Professor Arnis Sauka, and Dr. Rostoks here to join the panel. And again, I will jumpstart the conversation, but please, the person will be going around and giving a microphone for anybody from the audience can ask the question. Or I'll sit next to Erika. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Well, thank you for your really insightful, exciting, and presentations. I had a list of questions, and then I had to sort of modify as I was listening to you. And I will just warm up, but when I direct question to specific one of you, that doesn't mean the other one, of course, cannot answer, because any of those questions that have been designed for each of your presentation is also meant for other speakers. So I'll start with a larger one. And I was very intrigued, Dr. Rostoks, where you're talking about today's hot topic, big power competition. And some of the things that you mentioned were sort of really echoed with one of the books I was recently I read by John Mearsheimer, which was How States Think. I see already reaction. Anyway, there's obviously he was not the only one who wrote that book. Obviously, it's a question how much of that was his take. But we are in the era of big power competition. That's clear, right? And one of that creates this uncertainty, which both he and you also talked about. And there, for me as a Latvian citizen, there are two issues. There's a bigger one, and then there's a smaller one. The bigger one would be mostly my personal concern is EU, and I wholeheartedly agree that the issue is not military, it's even economic. How do we bring the dynamism of European Union in competition with China and the United States? And the second one is related to that in terms of instability. The regions that become someone, such as, for instance, Latgale region, who obviously becomes less depressed because there's these military pressures, and how do these regions, for instance, sustain themselves being viable? And Latgale is just one of the regions, but that's very illustrative. Because I was looking at recently there was an article I was reading where there was, obviously there was a question about investments in Latvia, and some of the investors, in comparison with the last year's data, they were not sure whether the investment would stay at the same level, and particularly in these kind of regions. So the question is, EU as a macro organism in the smaller regions.
Viens, divi.
Okay, so well, actually it was first to Dr. Rostoks, and then you can...
Okay.
All right, so why don't you start, and then Ivars can join you. Ivars, why don't you have a seat? No. I cordially invite you, seriously.
I have something to say.
No. What happened was the Bella Butler, we had issue with online communication, obviously, and so, yeah.
So, yes, this works. Don't get me started on Mearsheimer. Look, in academia, there are hedgehogs and there are foxes. He's a hedgehog. He has these big ideas that are really good for teaching purposes, right? Because in social sciences, you put an idea on one side, and then you put an opposite idea, and then students would have to figure out themselves which one they like better and which one is more supported by evidence. And Mearsheimer is really good in terms of producing these big ideas, but big ideas are wrong most of the time, but they're really good for thinking purposes. But then Mearsheimer is, there's two sides. And one side is his theoretical side, and that one is, he can be used for teaching purposes and so on and so forth. The other side, however, is that he's been very vocal on the Russo-Ukrainian war. So to him, Russia is basically doing what great powers do. They fight wars and they have their spheres of influence, and that's that. So Russia is doing, you know, perfectly fine. Everyone does that, and he's also very critical of American foreign policy. But the problem is he doesn't know enough about Russia. He doesn't know enough about Ukraine, and I think that's also really important in the context when we discuss the EU. And I will not talk too much about this, but I'll say one thing. For American academics, especially American realists and realists as international relations theoretical school, the EU is something that they cannot understand how it still functions and exists. To American realists, the EU is always, you know, 5 minutes from collapsing. And they're just, you know, bewildered that we're still here and that integration proceeds apace. Regarding the Latvian situation and sort of what's around Riga, because Latvia has been compared with a manor and a garden around it, which is not entirely wrong comparison. But with increased defense spending, there will be opportunities in the regions. However, as a country where we can also potentially bear the costs as well, because investment might be less. If there's external threat, there's, you know, there's a price to pay for living next to Russia, I suppose. Thank you.
Well, yeah, but still, yeah.
I would like to turn a little bit different
Okay.
direction, because I do believe that we have to touch a little bit the new technologies and AI, also with such strategic things like defense. And we haven't heard not much about that. Professor, my question is such one. Are you seriously in your circuits have studied event what happened in USA some 2 years ago? It was interesting phenomena. It was a shock in USA that nobody understands what is flying in the sky. And at the end of the day, the answer is not clear. If you have this answer, I will be very happy to hear it. The interesting thing is about the drones, yes, because you showed the slide when only one sentence was technologies. You know, this world economically is governed by platforms. 5 biggest companies in the world, American, all platforms. Trillion companies, Microsoft, I would say Amazon, Google, 5 biggest, and 3 Chinese. And it's very interesting, those platforms are the owners of all artificial intelligent tools, including agent artificials, like Claude, like Gemini, like those things which are very seriously implemented in the military technologies, but it is not published. Nobody knows it. And the question is, there's no chance for Europe, there's no chance for Russia, no chance. And we can see in the war in Ukraine that Russia could have an enormous, overwhelming force in the classical weapons, and they have no chance, because actually those drones, all those things which have not prepared, looks like they will never be prepared because they don't have technology.
So what do you mean?
My question is, how much you study this point, also in Latvia, also a little bit, how this technology could change this balance of instability, as you put. Because my understanding is, starting with my example, what happens in United States skies. And I'm pretty sure it could be Amazon France, because Amazon has a plan, 30 minutes delivery in every point in United States. In every point in United States, they will try to deliver goods in 30 minutes. They have not reached this plan, but they are nearby. Perhaps they are those drones who are flying, and how they make an impact. Because then it's completely only two countries, nobody else. The others are just, far, far behind the Russians and whatever else, and India, and I do believe also the Europe. We don't have such technology. Sorry, we were dreaming, sleeping, not doing anything, and now we are facing reality. Sorry for my long introduction, but it's very interesting to know your opinion like a specialist.
Yeah, coming from Defense Academy, I'm supposed to be an expert on many things.
Well, on AI, at least.
We know that our expertise is limited as academics. So I will say a few things. One thing is that I wasn't quite sure which incident you referred to, because the first thing that came to my mind were these Chinese balloons that were eventually shot down.
They were balloons. No, I'm talking about those unidentified objects where thousands in the skies in the United States.
It was during the Biden administration, right?
Yeah, in Biden administration, and then the president say, be calm, we know what is it, but he never says what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, if there's something in the skies over the United States territory, it can be a concern in a number of potential ways. And we should also keep in mind that above these, there are satellites, right? So it's not necessarily that these objects represent a serious threat. But then But then sort of these kind of the airspace, the lower level of airspace is likely to become more congested. That's almost inevitable. That offers, for malign and hostile actors, that offers a number of possibilities for information gathering and what have you. In some of the literature that's not academic literature, but let's say spy novels and so on, the drone theme and robotics theme is persistent over the past years, and it's already there, really. There are business opportunities, but then there are threats as well. But when it comes to the military realm, I mean, sure, drones are changing the warfare, and actually in the Latvian military, there are a few studies. Some are finished, some are still pending, shall we say, assessing the lessons from the war in Ukraine. When it comes to drones, yes, this is super important. Drones are changing the warfare, but drones are part of a larger system. Drones, I mean, let's say, if your enemy controls your airspace, if the enemy airplanes fly freely in your airspace, you're done, and the enemy doesn't need drones for that. So drones are part of specific setting. You need mines, you need artillery, you need all kinds of things. And this is, so drones are an add-on to everything that we already have. It's not like drones are really replacing, large numbers of weapon systems that are no longer needed. That's just not the case. But this is a broader conversation, really.
Okay. I want to shift the focus a bit away from purely military issues to businesses and institutions and education. These are the couple of questions to both to Professor Sauka and Professor Irina Geseniko. Again, these are kind of two different questions, but they are related. The first one, obviously, in your experience, both as since you work in the sphere of economy, is do the businesses currently have a sort of very peaceful mindset and they are kind of on a slow mode of reacting to these turbulent changes? Or do you see actually there is a shift in serious understanding of the businesses? And the second question is, in terms of the education, what does educational institution do? Where does it come in? Because obviously looking at some of the programs, both also in the Stockholm School of Economics at Riseba, also at Riga Technical University, there's this, at least I have a sense of feeling that we're still in the peacetime. And these programs prepare the students for the peaceful economy. And I do not see the programs or there's modification of the curriculums that reflect that unstable geopolitical. So I want to have your reflections on both. Right?
On the first one, I think just if we talk about businesses and the companies, whether they're sleeping or, I think just we cannot, as in any hospital, we cannot measure the average temperature in the hospital. The same in businesses, and there are lots of businesses, advanced, being on the edge both technologically, humanly, in all respects. And of course, for many of the companies, it's like a wake-up call, reacting of what is happening. Again, if we refer to COVID times, we know that any critical times for everybody is both opportunities and challenges, and many companies out of the COVID came rejuvenated, and some of the companies became bankrupt. So I think the landscape in the business environment is very, very different, very, very different. In terms of the universities or business schools, to what extent we can react or whether we are at the forefront, I think that the academia could be more proactive rather than reactive. Because when we talk, surprisingly, so education is quite bureaucratic. And
so if you don't mind, first is honest.
I will add to Professor.
We have to comply with all the regulations. If you want to change one word in the name of the program, you have to go to the higher authorities to get an expert who would come, spend the whole day.
Very quickly, if I can interject, but that actually ties what Professor Rostock said about the lack of dynamism, because those regulations, they're coming from EU.
And it is not, no.
Well, EU, what I mean, European Commission very often over-regulates.
I would say that this is a lack of trust. And this is what Erica was referring to. Because somebody thinks that the highest authority is always right. And especially when we talk about the really turbulent environment, when you really have to be dynamic, you have to be given a right to react. But if in education we have a right to change 20% of our program content without agreeing, 20% with the dynamics and the fast, how rapid is the change?
So, no, I will add one thing what you ask very precisely, what we could do in the education. Normally speaking, for example, myself, now I'm guiding 2 masters and 1 bachelor, and the themes are master theme, how Latvian television could work in the situation of military threat. It's interesting. I try to govern this work, and the lady is doing the doctor. Then the doctor, not master. Then the master, for example, is another lady in Riseba, and I'm guiding the master, and the theme of master is how the Latvian banks regulations adjust to the real risk pattern of all Latvian financial institutions when it is a threat that to geopolitical and military reasons, they are the breach of all or different functions of financial system. What I'm talking about the answer here is one. In Riseba, we are teaching risk management. something around 6, 7 years. It's completely American tool. Americans started the complete risk management like a topic after the crisis 2009, when all bank presidents were thrown out, and they made it. In Europe, it's very, very poorly developed. Very poorly developed also in the teaching in the universities. I look around, it's very bad. Because normally, the big companies in the United States, big banks, they already have CROs. It means that in any board, you have chief risk officer, which is not the case in Latvia at all. I know from my wife's company and so. They're talking about very much about risk management, but when you go directly how you organize it, and it's very complex. It's not only financial. It's breach of work, if you breach the business, if it's a breach of supply chains, and each of them, Americans have elaborated parameters, elaborated the approaches, and the methods how to do it. And this is a way how we are going to proceed in Briseba, and I do believe that also our big universities will start to do it, because nowadays they are not doing this.
Okay, Professor Sauka.
Yeah, thank you. There has been so many issues has been covered, and I hope that audience is still not sleeping. Even the ex-politicians, they talk too much, right? Even more than academics do. That's the, what we can do. So maybe touching upon these two questions, very, very important questions that you raised. I completely agree with you, Irina, that higher education is very regulated industry. But it's not only very regulated, but it's also self-protective. Universities, we wouldn't let in. We would protect our professorships. We would protect our, sort of, I don't know, whatever we have, and we would not often let in sort of the new generation, new ideas in our walls, because this is ours. And I've been working for different universities in Latvia and other countries, and this is what we really see. Nothing happens quickly in universities. No change. It's not just for these two issues, but also in general. This is rather conservative, and quite often very complicatedly governed sort of the industry that we have. The only hope, the only thing that can change is these are the students. The demands of the students, demands of their parents. Would they pay for that? Would they not? Also, the different state programs like FLPP, like VPP, like other programs, the European Commission Horizon projects. So what they would require, how academically good it is, how applied it is, how relevant it is, I think this is the only hope. The first question that you asked, and I think I should also comment on this, about whether,
I just wanted to clarify whether there's a sort of there's dissonance between what the businesses really want and respond.
Yeah.
And okay, go ahead.
Well, see, I think the technology change, the turbulence, the uncertainty, I think we are a bit overevaluating this. It has always been uncertain. The technologies has always changed, and as long as they would not control humans, right, then it's fine. The internet brought in different changes, made the world smaller. AI brings different changes. There are some winners, there are always some losers. So technology always have changed. It's going on for some time. And we always say, well, the world is not the same anymore. Of course, I mean, but it keeps going. So nothing, and entrepreneurs live there. They never sleep. They constantly are in uncertainty. Also, the big nations has always divided the world. Are these platforms? Are these single actors? Whomever. It has always been like this. It's just that there are some cases when something big happens that you cannot oversleep, right? From the policy perspective, you might oversleep when the COVID comes and that you realize that, oh, we don't have enough medics, so we need more people in the medicine. You have overslept that, the policy have overslept that, so that is priority. COVID ends. Do we have more programs in medicine? No, we have forgotten about this. We are jumping in something new. That is, I don't know, these days this is fighting bureaucracy. So now we do this, then we will do something else. So these things, it's fine if policymakers oversleep. The big change that comes with the internet, that comes with AI, this is something you cannot oversleep, because then, as Ivars rightly said, they are big winners and they are big losers. But to finish on this, because I will probably won't have any other possibility to talk, judging from how it all goes. What is very important in those times where you have bigger or greater turbulence or uncertainty, for entrepreneurs, it basically means, the most important, it means there's more risk to take. And if there is more risk to take, that always means it's more expensive, right? That's one thing. That is something that should be considered. Everything is more expensive, everything because of the risk. Other thing, internet, AI, all the technologies makes world much, much faster. And I completely agree with the keynote speaker here that in this context, it's not about companies as some sort of entities. It's really about the people. It's about the well-being of the people. I think in conferences like this, we should talk much more on how we plan our vacations, how we plan our well-being, how we sort of forget all this craziness, what's going on, you know, and how we are able actually to get into all this without, you know, it's not changing mindset. It's sometimes not losing the mind, which is more important than changing the mindset. And I think this humanity, as you very nicely highlighted, I think it's even more important than anything else, because dynamic capabilities, I see from my PhD students that also here in Sreba, is something that is highlighted, entrepreneurialization, or the strategies. Okay, you can say to someone, to the company, be more, I don't know, resilient, be more. Can these people that are leaders actually do this? Are they capable of taking these risks? Are they capable of not changing, losing the mindset or changing the mindset? So that is the issue. But that's all for me. Now you can. You know.
But that's a good point. I just wanted to pick up on that, Ty. Well, what about the public sector HR? Are they resilient? Because when I think of public sector, I apologize, maybe this is going to be very provocative. When I think of public sector, it's very stagnant to me. So these are not biggest risk takers. So if I pick up what Professor Sauk said about risk taking, is the public sector employees ready to take the risk? They seem stagnant to me.
Actually, we every day take a risk for our task because we are working for Latvia. It's our mission. It's not just we are civil servant or other military, but our mission is Latvia, and we work for Latvia, for our people. I know, but maybe.
I can comment on this very quickly. See, that risk taking is an important thing. It's a financial theory, risk reward. If entrepreneurs take risk, that's understandable. They go for something. Tell me the reason why civil servants should take a risk. You can lose the job, you can lose the promotion, there is no reason for risk taking, and this is a different type of risk taking. So civil servants do not take risks, sorry, they do not. Or they do take very different type of risks. This is not what entrepreneurs in this hall would do.
We are taking risk. Maybe you don't see this, but every day we need to give this decision what we are doing, our tasks. And sometimes there is, of course, we see around now in Turbulence, it's sometimes you have in this way, if you risk and you say it's not good, it's not working, of course you can lose your job. But sometimes we are not, a lot of, I work with, actually with all employees around, and I discuss with them, with all these 140 institutions, with senior leaders. And a lot of them, they are not like connect with this position. They have this mission. They are not afraid to lose a job. It's one part. Other part, of course, there is employees who works and do the tasks. But what I wanted to explain a little bit before about this academic part, we are looking more strength is collaboration. Before, yes, academic, public, we work somehow separate, but we see in the future we need go more in collaboration. We can help with our experience about knowledge, about the policy what we are making in the future, that we can give this expertise for you, and then you can be more ready also for the future. And that's why now we strengthen this collaboration, not only with these universities, but also in other. And I hope one day we will be like very strong partners. And then we can discuss also about risk
Very
management
briefly,
and
because
everything.
Maybe somebody in the audience.
I have a very brief comment in
and then-
terms of the public sector, and I'm not a politician, but when we talk about the responsibility, agility, I don't know whether I think that our government is very agile, collapsing the cabinet of ministers in a very turbulent moment when the drones started flying around Latvia 5 months before the elections, or our ministers, I guess, are very agile. Give me the ministry and I'm prepared to lead it. Does not matter which one. And my question is it really about the responsibility towards the country, or is it responsibility towards party interests? And I think that this is really important, that at some point our government and politicians have to understand that we should have a professional government.
Thank you. So we do have.
No. It is. I could answer like a previous politician. No chance. Forget about that. Democracy is going in a way it will never be professional ministers. They could have
Finland,
a professional background. They could have professional background, but forget about that. Then you have to completely change the political system, ruinize parties, and somewhere else.
Professor Goodmans, we do have a few questions from the audience. Sorry. So sorry I interject you.
Audience is number one.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Kuznetsova. I'm a Reseba PhD student. And while listening to the marvelous speech of Dr. Rostoks, reminded me just one saying, is everything in order, from Mr. Evil, Dr. Austin's? And the answer there was, yes, everything is in order. But in our world of crisis and change, I don't think we can answer so. So the question is, in this connection, in the world of crisis, turbulence, change, what kind of organizational capabilities should be vitally important to collaborate within sectors or within countries? It could be a question to those who can answer, maybe to everybody who would like to answer.
I will answer the first part, and then whoever wants to answer the second part. Very briefly, there can be regional orders. The world is, at this point, too unruly to create some sort of global order. I mean, you can write it down on paper, but then if rules are broken frequently, then you probably wouldn't call it an order. But we can have a nice regional order in Europe, and we really, really should have it, and we should, keep it for as long as we can.
I really want to express one thought with Professor. Do you remember the last scandal in the big IT companies and United States government? What was the main idea of scandal? The main idea was one of the three, not AI and not Musk, but the third one, who is the company's owner of the Claude. It's agent artificial. They said that they will breach contract with government, but they have some suspicions that the government now will use all technologies of AI in such a way that they, I would say, morally will not accept. And this is the task of HR. It looks like they will try to use so deep, personalized personalizing by using neuron. It's not a big thing. They're using neuron algorithms and so, and then they will know you so that the emotions that, oh yes, we are also trying to learn, we are also trying to improve.
You're talking about Claude, but I thought Claude...
It's about Claude.
Right, but the Claude then... Isn't the Claude used in military
yes.
now still? I mean, they say, well, we don't want to be part of U.S. government, but then Palantir is using Claude's technology, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to comment on the really the specifics of this case, but there's no question that AI will be increasingly used by military organizations for all kinds of reasons and purposes, and this is where trust comes into picture. The companies trusting the government, and the people trusting the government as well. That's hugely important.
Since we are approaching the end of our panel, but very quickly on the question of the trust, because you did mention, and this question to both of you, or to anybody. Now, we talk about geopolitical turbulence. I would argue that there's a turbulence of trust issue, particularly in the media environment that very often amplifies mistrust. And I work in the media establishment narratology. This is part of my research, right? Where I actually analyze how you can cognitively affect. So media has a tremendous power to actually sow and amplify mistrust, particularly between institutions, government institutions, not government. So how do we tackle that? And that would be probably the last conversation before we go for coffee break.
No.
Because you said trust.
Yes.
I am very skeptical.
And this is for me and for government very, how to say, very hard question, like topic. This last 2-3 months, I work together in different kind of discussions, and there is a media people. And I say, why you don't help us to build the trust for the government? Why you are doing that, you push down us, not? And the answer is, yes, but you are not interesting. We need some conflicts, like
drama.
Yeah, but we have so much positive things. Why you don't publish this part? It's not interesting. And yes, and that's why we already started the discussion with senior leaders, and we had in very, 14th of May, it was like all obstacles. There was discussion with senior leaders about how to build the trust, which is for the security more important. How us as civil servants, senior leaders, all public sector can themselves build the trust, because we don't have the help from the outside. And that's why I looking for everybody, don't look only on this conflict drama, but sometimes look inside what actually civil servants are doing. We are working with all heart, and we take risks. I honestly take with one big project everyday risk, because for us it's important that we go forward and take risks, not bureaucratic, more agile working. That's why sometimes don't trust everything what is writing there about civil servants. And civil servants, actually, if we are looking on the data, we are only 11,000 with something. And every time in the news, we need to cut civil servants. So, and there was discussion about the professional government. So I open this discussion for the coffee break.
Yeah, we should have whether to cut or not to cut public servants, we can discuss in the coffee break. We do agree. So now it's a coffee break, and thank you so much to all the panelists and speakers. And we will convene back at 11:50. I will start with the second session is titled AI and Emerging Technologies Accelerating Transformation Across Business Society. This particular session looks at how automation, artificial intelligence, and digital ecosystems are reshaping finance, customer relations, and learning, not as abstract buzzwords, but as concrete infrastructure that reorganizes power, risk, and opportunity. And again, we have really three wonderful speakers. And with the first one is the Marina Krasovska, who is the Latvian financial sector leader known for her expertise in financial innovation and regulatory supervision. Before joining the regulations, Marina built substantial industry experience in the banking sector, working as senior roles at a major Baltic banks such as SEB Bank, DNB, Luminor Bank AS. Marina joined the Financial Capital Market Commission of Latvia as a director of the Financial Innovation Department. Following the merger of FCMC into Latvian Bank in January 2023, she became the head of Financial Technology Supervision Department, leaving oversight, payment, crypto asset services, crowdfunding services, horizontal ITC, risk supervision, wealth of experience in finance sector. Marina holds a master's degree in finance from University of Latvia, and she's a professional and has a professional diploma in management from Open University Business School, UK. And the topic of today's presentation is the future development of the financial sector, technology, artificial intelligence, and biological data. And again, as a reminder, we'll keep a track a little bit of the time, but of course, if you don't mind also looking at your watches and keep your presentations to 20 minutes. And after the three speakers we'll have a lively panel discussion, and then we'll venture into something that we all look forward, which is lunch. But before lunch, we have a really exciting session. Marina, the floor is yours.
So today we have a lot heard about these geopolitical tensions, about how the Europe or US can be more competitive. Actually, this is also the major topic, actually, that today is currently on the financial sector. So if you look a little bit more deeply what is happening in the finance, you will see that the map, especially the economic map, is actually the same. And of course, everything having an impact. But before we're going deeply a little bit about on the technological side, I would like to show more a little bit more higher level of what is actually happening. We see that the major systems like card system, SWIFT system, MasterCard, Visa, cloud infrastructure, everything today belongs to US. And how we see that in Europe, we should more work on our sovereign technological system and sovereign architecture. And here what we see also in the financial sector is one of the bigger risks now. Still, who is doing what on the map? So Europe right now is more focusing on the digital strategy. In finance, what it means, we're going for the Financial Information Data Act, we're going to the MiCA, AI, cloud services, so we're more focusing how to protect the customer, but same thing, how to develop our whole European financial sector to be more resilient. Same time, China is working on their own decisions. They are working on this e-yuan. They are working on their own blockchain infrastructure. They are creating a lot of economical investments in AI and in different solutions that currently would be very competitive, already are competitive enough to compete with US and Europe. Sometimes in the payment area, there are a lot of different initiatives with the CBDCs, with the BRICS as alternative pay, and Asian countries have a lot of pensions. So this is one of the layers that actually crucially can change the payment infrastructure globally. And we see there is a huge competition on infrastructure and payment level. But on top of that, the technologies by themselves actually have a more reshape. And the technologies right now are the one that is reshaping the financial system at all. So what we have, of course, first of the one that also have been mentioned today is AI. And looking forward a bit more, not at how we're doing with AI today and what actually AI could be used for today, but let's look what is actually for next 5 years, what will be AI used for in the finance. And of course, we will see a lot of behavioral prediction models in the lending. It will not be like only account responsibility or just account your income-based lending. There will be plenty of other parameters that will be taken into account before taking the financial decision. The super apps that are be offering not only that you have right now in your mobile apps, but actually all mobile apps will disappear in some 5 years. So let's be clear. The mobile phone that we have on right now, it will not look like that. You will not have an app there. So the super apps that will work with AI voice and work as a consultant for the financial services, that will be the next step on the technologies. And a lot of regulator approaches and a lot of technologies are used to combine and to create this regulative environment, and the RegTech also is a one-off. If we look to the second technology that could also have a huge impact right now is the blockchain. Blockchain, not only because it is due to the crypto and stable coins, however, stable coins have an impact right now on the financial system, but the mortgages, real estate, and other assets, financial assets and non-financial assets. So we will be definitely looking to the new types of innovation and business models, and the mortgages also could be issued without banks, so with the different financing areas right now, with the different financing funds, and also it could be done by decentralized platforms. So it's not mandatory having been like looking for the housing only for the traditional way how the people are doing right now. It's really changed. So the blockchain technology gives absolutely different level of how we're doing it. Same actually with the tokenization of assets, tokenization of real estate. So it will be possible to buy the tokens in different part of the world, having the ownership of the real estate. And I'm not joking because a lot of projects already are right now on the table and they're already under the development. So also the embedded finance, though, why it is actually important, because for today we see as a regulator that financial services going out from the financial sector. It's not like also the privilege that only financial institutions are offering financial services. The financial services will be offered more by different kinds of e-commerce platforms. You know that today you can actually, with the AI assistants, already make a purchasing, and with the MasterCard are investing a lot at making the purchases through the, not by card, but with a different kind of other technologies. But anyway, credit subscriptions, any kind of insurance, real-time insurance. I mean, when you are paying, not because you have to pay for your car, but you're paying only when you drive the car. So there are plenty of different kind of business models that can be used using the embedded finance and open finance. So open finance is one more initiative by European Commission that is very closely to implementation already, that actually will create a more layer and more opportunities between different types of the financial institution to create the data exchange between them. So what it means? That means that we will see a lot of different types of the business models that will appear and will be more competitive for the business themselves. There are also kind of perceptions that right now we see what we see. But in reality, if we look to the more deeper, we see that there are different type of generation right now presented on the financial sector. And that is also what creates this next dramatic shift. The virtual economy, I just took the sample of metaverse. It wasn't a hype. Right now, it may be said it's not a hype right now, but it looks actually the shifting of the mindset. It shows that a lot of young people already have been grown there. So they know how to buy the stuff in the metaverse. They know how to buy the real estate price. By the way, the real estate price is logic and prices dependent on the absolutely same factors as here in the Earth. This economy is working by similar patterns, and the transaction is much more higher than actually we see. And actually, why the sample is here? Because there is new generations that is coming. They are coming with a different mindset, and they do not expect to receive what we have right now. And what they will be doing building the financial sector by themselves. So who are those people who will be building, and what exactly they are going to build? So if you look a bit more deeply on the side of generation shift. So we know who are millennials, and some of them are here also. We know who are Gen Zs and also the alphas. So the difference between them is a characteristic, actually, the different behavior, how they behave in the financial sector. If millennials are more digital adapters, they just adapt, but they still have this long-term thinking and mindset. They still have to combine this traditional and digital world. For them, there still are two dimensions of digital and real. That if you will go into the Gen Zs, they're digital natives. They will be like grown up already with the technologies. But the behavior, how they work with the financials, is a different one. And they have actually, for them, is a UX first. For them, it is life as a service. They do not have a loyalty to any kind of the financial institutions. And what they actually right now see that this is the generation that do not have not only loyalty, but also trust to the institutions as such. They do not, it doesn't matter it's public institution or private one. They build their trust on technology, not on the institution. And that has creating the mindset because they are more rely on the financial algorithms and how financial algorithm will be planning my budget for me. They more rely on P2P loans. They are more rely on the loyalty tokens. So they have different mindset of what is important today with their life. And the most probably interesting fact is that they are spending, according to the statistic, more than they can afford. That is a part of their behavior. However, if you look at the map, how it's going on, most probably there will be the one generation who will receive the whole heritage that will get from the previous one. So most probably they will be the richest one. And the next one that is coming is Alpha, who is actually growing up with ChatGPT. So my nephew is talking with a voice assistant more than his real sister. It's fact. So they're growing like that. So they perceived, they don't have any kind of difference between real time, real life, or digital life. For them, everything that is happening is a one digital experience. And actually, that is exactly what they're going to be and what they will be doing. But for them, is very, really critically important is that they learn also learn in this digital environment. Why? This generation is right now on the focus. Because if you look what is happening right now with the startups who are working with longevity, and longevity is a one more very high dimensionally direction right now, that is with the generations that will be work and live much more than 100 years. It looks like fantastic, but it's not, because if you looked what kind of startups and how many resources and billions are already invested, and at least like even 10% of them, they will succeed, and they will working on longevity solutions right now very, very actively. That will be the generation who will concept absolutely different treatments, absolutely different, not only financial services, but they will be longer and economically longer, perceived in a system as such. So, that is a lady, that is the same lady in her 40s. So on my left side, that is how she looks today, because everything they can do, she can just go to the, I don't know, plastic surgery, she can do anything starting from eating right food, healthy food, thinking about the wellness, but it doesn't make her younger anyway. You can eat everything you want, you can be in a good shape physically, but it will not make you younger. And what next step is actually comes the genetic therapy coming into the force. And when the genetic therapy coming and the starts working on longevity is coming, that is dramatically change actually how she looks. But it's not about the looking, it's about that actually the longevity is fantastically can reshape whole the financial system. It means that what we have right now is the pensions, maybe it will not be actually the Institute of Pension as such on the table in next like 20, 30 years anymore. Those investment plans that we have right now, they are short-term plans. But what about the long-term planning? For them, actually, the extension of investment horizon is very mandatory. And we do not have any assets for today that actually calculate these forward-looking like 50 years, something savvy. We don't have kind of deposit even like that. So in this sense, it opens the flood to the different types of, again, for the business models and new types of entries, especially in insurance sectors, when we will see absolutely different proposals what actually insurance company can offer. Right now, it's more incident insurance. Something happened, you go for the claim. And now it could be work in opposite life. It can work as a cognitive risk insurance, biological insurance, and financial coverage. Why actually have an impact? Because it's not have an impact only on longevity, but actually all the devices that currently are wearable devices, we are not using even all the data that they are generating right now. They generate millions of data for everyone. But imagine that there are next type of implants that are incorporated already somewhere else in Europe. And there are plenty of startups are working on that right now. And those data can create absolutely new type of the understanding what actually customer need and what customer really required, and it can go together with your growth. So integration of wearable medical device in the financial system could be a next actually the loop and next path we will come up in the next years. Insurance finally will be personalized. Today, if we will be working in one organization as employees, we will actually enjoy the same insurances. But you imagine that 18 years girl and 70 years already lady, they have different demands. They are not similar demands. So that's how this insurance could really be based on your biological data and how it incorporated in the financial area. Of course, it takes a lot of different mathematical approaches how to insure the risk and so on. But investments also could be different and personalized. The loans credit portfolio, actually, that could be the difference, absolutely in a new way. And the customer risk would be assessed differently. Scoring models will be absolutely different. And also, we will come up with a new type of the new activity. So everyone knows what is fintech, what is regtech, what is subtech, and now we will come to one more. We will come to the biofinance. So this biofinance is a new type of the I would say this vision that can form and will create the path for the next stage development. And of course, for us as for supervisors, also will be challenging how to supervise those activity. And as a result, we actually will be living in a different time of economy with a different time of architecture in the financial field. So it will fully transform how the financial system works, because today's products in the financial system will not be relevant for that generation anymore. The longevity economy, when people will be living and they have more than 100 years, it means that this economical value to the economy itself will be much more higher that they can bring. And it will require a multi-stage model, for example, of pensions. Maybe it will be like several tensions to go out, to have a pause, and then coming back with a new idea. So it could be like multiple different types of careers that could be built on one long life. Digital biological integration. It is not used. Why first my slide was about these geopolitical maps? Because the countries are differently treat this type of opportunity. In China, in US, in Europe, we're in a different dimension how we evaluate and working with the risks. So the success is the one who will be the first. That should be clear. And of course, new capitalization. So those data are not capitalized right now, but they can be. So we will come to next type of the tokens that will be issued on the open market that is more based on the actually humanity and how humanity can produce this economic value. Those tokens could be actually really have a not like connection to the electricity itself, but directly to the real impact. And of course, everything that is created on the new market will create the new architectural level, programming level, and human level. So that is the new type of activity and new vision that most probably will come up very quickly, because there is nothing new what I show today. Everything that I show already in a production. So we just need to wait. You can be a part of it, and you can be as a viewer, want you or not. But we will come later or faster. We will come to the economy like that. So thank you very much for the attention for so far.
If I have to modify my phasing out pension model, I should talk to you, right? Okay, so before that, I actually will do also, and we'll find out more about human-centric AI. And with that, I wanted to, next our topic is called Beyond Algorithms, Human-Centric AI and Personalized Finance in the Age of Turbulence. And the speaker is Martin Berzinch. He's a digital banking and open finance leader with more than a decade of experience building data-driven products and customer service experience across the Baltic states and the Middle East. He currently serves as the head of open finance and digital analytics at Commercial Bank of Dubai, where he leads the bank's open finance strategy, digital partnership, and advanced analytics to unlock new revenue streams and elevate customer experience. Before taking this role, Martin was the head of digital customer experience and deputy head of business development at Citadel Bank. And earlier in his career, he also was a founder of Manea, the first licensed payment institution in Latvia, and has consistently worked at the intersection of regulation, technology, and the user experience to bring innovative products to the marketplace. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you for introduction and good afternoon. Really happy to be here and share a little bit more about my maybe daily thoughts in the area of the customer experience, technologies, and also nowadays we are spending a lot of time with AI as well. But when I start the thought about the technology and in general how we are building the things, it was like really interesting for me to reflect a little bit back and also see how the internet was developing. And there is a lot of similarities what I can see back in end of 90s, beginning of 2000, and now when we are talking about AI. So there certainly was a stage when everyone was talking about Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and what was super important, people were experimenting with different things, and I think that the most successful ones were those who were really like trying to predict what the customer behavior is going to be, and fully agree with Marina that looking at the generations, looking at what our kids do is certainly giving us direction. And I think that those who were agile and who were really experimenting with the things were those who currently are having those billion business worth companies, and driving also the whole direction of AI. AI as such is not really that new if you are looking from the banking or financial sector perspective, and I have spent time talking about these things, but where we are currently, and I would say that at the moment there is like emerging things where the search and also the agency kind of merges, and we are starting to see quite interesting things. But where I truly believe what the leaders need to focus is the question about the AI literacy, and probably I will just spend a little bit more time here, because I think Ivars gave very good reference to those top 9 companies in the world who are driving the AI. And if we don't truly understand what is beneath the technology, then we suddenly might be sitting in a cave and just looking at the shadows, believing that that's the whole world. And I think that this question about the simulation and are we living in a simulation is really taking us to the point that which pill would like I take to either just be happy and just go further with somebody's vision, or I truly dig deeper and go into the possibilities of the technology, even though it could be that it shows maybe also some darker side. And if you are looking at this slide, what I try to really explain is that I think that we as companies, or we are trying to crack currently the very important question, and that the important question is what is going to be the customer experience in the future? And I truly believe that the importance to the answer to this question is how we are sharing the transparently what is behind all these things. Because it's super easy just to give a black box and kind of use the systems, but customer consent should be there. We need to understand what's happening with the data itself, how this could be used against me, because I also agree that biotech is super interesting. However, we know that there is certain groups of people which probably would be losers, right? So how we can really bring the whole society together and also use this technology. And taking this thought kind of further, I think that there is going to be several waves, and also the AI is going to take a rather longer time, as well as while all these nice things are going to be implemented in our daily life, and also all the financial models, how the adaptation is going to happen is going to be like based on the certain changes. And when we talk about customer experience as such in these circumstances, we are already seeing that we are changing our behavior from searching to asking questions to the AI. If previously we were like comparing different things, then we are already now expecting that there are going to be outcomes generated for us, and we are going to just trust the outcome which is coming out, and sometimes it could be right, sometimes it is maybe not that great, and finding the right balance and finding the ways how the data is represented and how it flows through. And also if we are talking about cross-border, it's I would say quite complex question which still needs to be cracked. And also, if currently the human agency is still being involved, that's like important part where customer is getting also the confirmation and trust that not everything is going to be done just by the machine. And here my thinking goes that if we are building this new environment and the AI is supporting all these things, human agency still should maintain as the middle of this whole interactions, providing clarity for the customer. And taking this and also comparing the idea about the how AI moves further and how we are going to implement these things, I truly believe that there is certain things which leaders today need to think about. So winners will be not those who are just going to copy-paste the models or elements which they see happening on the business scene. But I think that first, what the company or the leader needs to understand is how this technology is going to shape and how it's going to be in next 3 to 5 years. What is going to be customer behavior at that point? What is going to be the regulation at that time? What is going to be the question of the identity? And here I mean digital identity, and also again across the borders. And understanding of all these elements, which I mentioned, are going to really influence the success of the company. And I think that already in a couple of, let's say, conferences and presentations, I have been talking about this approach, which we have been using at Citadel Bank, when I was also creating my first fintech after returning back from the Middle East here in the Baltics, that you need to really look what is going to be in the future and study the direction, what's there, what is going to be the customer behavior, then anticipate what is going to be regulation around this topic, because believe me, this is going to change quite dramatically while you will reach a certain point. And what is super important, I think, building the product or building the company, it always takes years. And you need to really keep in mind that the success of the company is lying on the customer behaviors. If the customer behavior is not changing the way you predicted, then it might not really come out as a win for you, but it could be rather good study afterwards why this particular idea failed. But I think these elements are really shaping the things. And when we talk about customer experience, I want to maybe mention these 5 points. And when I talk about like clarity over the magic, this is something what I already mentioned, that customer needs to have clarity and transparency, what is happening in his or her digital journeys, so that this is not really the black box. When we talk about assistance over the replacement, I think it's super nice when we are having like machine which is helping us to do things much faster, push our productivity to the top of the limits. But again, human agency is there, and there is a fallback to the person who can really help on this. Trust was actually mentioned several times here during the conference, and I think that this is super, super, super important. And without a trust and without like possibility for person to rely on these models, nothing is going to work. When we shift on the right-hand side, context over generic automation, here I'm talking about the personalization. And I think that in many situations, companies are more thinking about business generation rather than servicing truly the customer. And when we are building the products, and I can reflect back to the Citadel Bank, now also to the Commercial Bank of Dubai, I think important part is that you are, besides the cross-sell and upsell, which is part, of course, of the business, you're also thinking on the fact where you are showing the benefits to the clients, where you are engaging. And the more signals you are going to generate towards the sales, the less interested person might become. I'm not saying that this is not going to be like in all the cases, but I think that you need to play this game that you are helping also customer to kind of mature and also become digitally literate and know how to use these things. And there is like great opportunities to use the whole digital channels, and besides the digital channels, there is also a chance to jump into the analog channels as well. And in some situations, still, I would be happy if I could ring to the Revolut and maybe some other companies to get the guidance or help needed. As in most of the cases, when we are talking about Gen AI bots, which are helping the clients, they are still good for 90% of the cases, but not really the rest of the 10%. And last but not least is this governance by design, which is keeping in mind all the regulation and changing regulation. Super quickly on the behaviors, but I think Marina actually covered this area rather well, and I don't want to repeat, but I think that going into the usage of AI, we see now these prompt-driven discoveries, delegated recommendations, the personalization, which is kind of increasingly happening, and customers are adopting this on the market. So we clearly see this from all the digital data, and also, like I mentioning, is this human override for the really critical situations. So why I skipped this part, and I wanted to maybe a little bit focus here, because this is going to be a little bit different. I want to mention maybe different aspect. And now, as I have moved and I live and work in Dubai, it's kind of interesting to see, and I'm also like noticing more that there is these people who are working more across the continents, and what is common to these people is that they are not that loyal to any of the particular countries. And one of the examples which I want also to mention here is that we kind of, or regulators are considering that, hey, we are putting borders on the technology, and we are going to maintain like certain legislation across certain geographies. I want to say that this is not really working anymore. And one of the reasons why I have been using Apple ID in US was one of those reasons, because I wanted to be super close with technology and learn everything myself. And for me, everything what Apple is launching is available on the next day when this is becoming available in US. In the same manner, I'm actually using Chinese technologies. I'm trying to separate and, of course, like take care of my own personal data. Yes, there is a complexity for me, but this gives me possibility really to go into every models or go into every new technologies and learn how they are helping or not helping me, and make a judgment on how this technology might go into the future. And when we do this, we are also, of course, and also this is applicable to the Baltics or any country, we are doing customer tests. And we are doing customer tests on the different age groups, and the insights that are coming out is also showing you the temperature or indicators, how this is going to be applicable into your, let's say, vision or tactics, how you are going further with the products. So when talking about this slide, I want to mention that EU AI Act is becoming into the force this year, and of course this requires like these sandboxes per each member state. But for me, it's really like acting responsibly, but playing and maybe going against certain situations, against the regulation. Because when I'm talking with the representatives of government officials, when I'm talking with the regulators, they are always like looking on those high-risk cases, which in reality are, again, 5–10% out of all the cases, rather than looking on the opportunities of the low-risk areas, which are basically available to 80% of certain use cases. And that's where you are starting, actually. You are not trying to jump and maybe go further into the regulation, which is unknown, and knowing that you are going to build something for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. but you are starting to experiment with the simpler approaches and moving further from there. And maybe just like summarizing on the technology, AI, and how I see the things. So I think for business, what we are doing and what my team does is that we are trying really to focus and build something for the future. And like I was showing this slide, what is going to be relevant for the customers 3-5 years further ahead of the timeline, moving backwards. So for policymakers, I think the key question is that you shouldn't be restricting the experimentation path and give more flexibility for the entrepreneurs and also customers to experiment. And yes, there are going to be fails, but those certainly are going to help shape the future and also grow the literacy and understanding of any technology usage. And when talking about universities, academia, I think very important part is how we address the question of the new technologies like AI, or it could be also the applicable to the biomedicine itself or going deeper, but we need to kind of create this agency and understanding how these things are going to shape our future world and how we are going to live around these things. And shared is really one topic. It's not really about us changing or believing that AI will change the society itself, but rather than how we can really maybe highlight the dangers and also pros, cons around these technologies to make it more useful for the whole society. So the main question is truly not what algorithms can do, but what we as a human want to reach when we are building certain systems, and what is going to be like this end shape of the AI itself and the technologies we are going to use in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Excellent. So I do have a few questions, but again, we'll keep our questions to once we have a panel. So, and obviously, when we talk about AI, it's not only what AI, as you said, does, but what we can do for AI. And learning, constantly improving ourselves, it's one part of it. On that talk and the subject about future of learning and development in the workplace in the human tech era, I would like to invite Dr. Hakan Aydin, who is sailing from the University of Uazin, if I correctly pronounce it. So the Dr. Aydin's research interests focus on the range of topics such as innovation, flexible learning processes, environmental in higher education, and corporate settings, and with a particular focus on artificial intelligence, virtual reality, extended reality, mixed reality in both educational and training. He is the director of the Office of Learning and Teaching Environment in Uazin University, and he's been serving as a board member of Association for Educational Communications and Technology, a member of Center for Distance Learning Research. He's also editorial board of the Open Praxis and Journal of Open and Distance and Digital Education. Please welcome.
So I will be using this stage because I want to hide my belly, first of all, and then as professors, we love to, use these things. So I'm Cengiz Hakan Aydın, but I use my middle name, which is Hakan. So call me Hakan. I know the name of the university is very difficult, so we make it short. We call it Özü, just Özü. That's easier, I think. Before this one, I will tell you that I spend my life, there are two things about myself I'm proud of sort of expressing. I will mention just one, which is about learning. I've been trying to learn how people learn in different contexts, at different places, different levels, and try to help people learn. That's my job, and that's what I've been doing since '85. And corporate education, or you see those names, human resources development, learning and development, workplace, in-service training, corporate training, workplace training, and so many other terms we use, but they're all the same. Now, in all HR field, it's like 1/4 of the area is focusing on learning and development, learning and becoming a learning organization, and helping your people learn. Today I'm here to actually share with you some studies that I did. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to prepare my slides. That's why I have a lot of slides with a lot of text, but don't worry, I'm not going to use all of them. I will be using those just for myself to organize my ideas, but I will be sharing my slides so that you can get those informations too. Really nice information. What I did was, first I did a systematic review of research and came up for 5 major trends in the field of corporate training and AI. Also, I reviewed the reports of some of the big organizations, international organizations, and then synthesized those and end up with the results. So, first of all, systematic review. I was able to reach 65 studies, and I covered over the last 7 years and tried to focus not only one industry, one sector. It's like a cross-sector trends, and 5 major trends. I'm gonna go over quickly some of them. First of all, AI is a transformative force. That's for sure. Everybody is using AI in human resources, in developing their human resources and increasing their competencies. When we say AI in human resources, all the studies focus on personalization. But this personalization doesn't mean people are learning by themselves. No, still, they learn together. Collaboration is important. Cooperation is important. But now with the AI tools, we are providing more focused, more need-oriented, more characteristics-oriented training opportunities, learning and development opportunities for everyone. And also, with AI, we are getting more tangible benefits for the organizations. Now we are able to measure performance and with the business terms better than before, better than traditional ways. But of course, there are a lot of critical implementation. Some of them already mentioned using AI. There are both sides. We have to be careful. That's why the best practices currently are the ones, hybrid solutions. Well, you have to use AI with the human so that you can provide better learning and development opportunities for the for your employees. The second trend is about, based on the research available on the literature, micro-learning and continuous learning. Actually, this is something in universities, in higher education institutions, we have to be careful and we have to sort of think about our way of teaching. Research showed that 85% of the micro-learning helps participants engage more than traditional ones. Also, the retention, it really increased the retention. Rather than offering hours of training, just small pieces, bite-sized pieces, helps them learn better and keep that information alive for a long time. So I'm not going to go over all of them again. The other one, Erika already mentioned, upskilling and reskilling is very important. I will come at the end, but one of the major issues, I don't know if it's the case in Latvia, but it's becoming a case all around the world, which is the aging. I will come to that point. The population in all countries are aging. So we should not just focus on training newcomers, but at the same time, we have to think of this upskilling and reskilling of available employees. That will be already more important than newcomers. Of course, we have to think of newcomers, but in terms of human resources, in fact, there are good research studies about that. If you focus more on learning and development of your own employees and mobility of your employees inside the company, it creates better results for you. So upskilling and reskilling has a lot of positive outcomes for organizations plus employees. And this study say that there are two types of competency groups. First, technical competencies, and the other one is the human competencies, or what 21st century skills, or I don't know, we use different names, soft skills, but those are also another group we have to focus on. The other one is immersive technologies. They are becoming very popular. They did actually influence the learning and development in workplace learning a lot, but nowadays, especially emergence with AI, it's becoming more popular, and it will be more popular. In fact, I just wrote a chapter about merging those two technologies, immersive learning environments and integration of AI into those environments. It will be more implementable. It will be more easy to use soon, especially for technical training, safety training, and soft skills and leadership environment. Those immersive environments are becoming really popular. I know you have a program here in Risaba, right, about immersive technologies, use of VR and AR. It will be more important, especially with the integration of AI into those environments. Analytics, it's very important. And now we all talk about data analytics, big data. There are different kinds of analytics. Descriptive analytics is the one everybody do. Everybody try to do some descriptive statistics. Plus, nowadays, with the help of AI, we do a lot of predictive analytics. But we also should be doing this prescriptive analytics. They should provide us some solid recommendations about how to train, for example, people in the finance sector about biofinance. How many people know biofinance? How many people are aware of this process? So we should we should train people, but before that we have to have predictive analytics and of course return on investment demonstration. We have to use the business terms in metrics to be able to measure the effectiveness of what we are doing in terms of human resources. So these are all cross, again, sectoral trends. Almost all, like 86% of all the trends are falling, all the sectors are falling or covering those trends. And the studies showed that they all integrate with AI. Without AI, we really cannot think of all the others. And that's why we have a project with Risaba and Akkad University, FHM, and all the other universities. We came together for this Force AI project. I hope you all know we are in the process of offering this training. Our goal is to train AI managers. We are focusing on higher education, but people who are interested in AI transition in organizations, they can get benefit from this course too. We are still running this course. Please join our course. In terms of reports, like World Economic Forum reports and all the others, here are interesting figures about jobs. Jobs are changing. Soon we will have some jobs we never heard of, or our job, even think about, we have some professors, for example, here, or students. Think about your job. Isn't it changing? I mean, think about your jobs. Do you think we will be doing the same thing over the 10 years? Probably not. There are new jobs coming, so we have to think of all those. And also, current jobs are changing. Like you mentioned, again, in the finance sector, a lot of things happening, especially with AI. So we have to think of how those things are changing, how our jobs are changing, what are the new jobs, and we have to train our staff or create opportunities for learning and development. During 90s, every 10 or 15 years, people needed to change their skills, renew their skills. In 2010, it was 5 years. Now, actually, this is the figure from 2024, from 2 years ago, 2.5 years. I think it's like a 1 year now. Every year we have to renew our skills. We have to think about it. We have to work on it. We have to learn more every day. Especially if you are interested in learning AI, you have to change everything. You have to check and try to improve your skills every day. So I've already mentioned aging population is very interesting thing. It's a big threat for higher education institutions and for companies, but especially in workplace and also in universities, we have to focus on really agile, short learning programs or learning and development initiatives. Micro-credentials are very important. They are already, especially in higher education institutions like Risaba, you have to offer micro-credentials. And we have to collaborate with the sectors to be able to meet the needs of the sectors and provide this in-organization mobility and learning and development opportunities. This is another figure from, I believe, from the World Economic Forum. 65% of the students starting primary school will have different jobs now when they come to the work job market. So they say that soft skills are more important, maybe, than the technical skills or operational skills. It was 88. I met this chief of the human resources department in a big company in Turkey when I was a student. And he mentioned that he can train a person in 6 months. They can teach an employee what to do in that organization in 6 months. But he cannot teach that person how to communicate, how to collaborate, how to do teamwork in that short time. So even that time, it was 88. Okay, sorry. It was 88. He was mentioning about the soft skills. There, I will just skip this part. So traditional learning and development models are failing. We have to think new ways. I will be sharing the slides so you can have everything. There are a lot of information here, really, you can use. This technology process people are very important. A lot of companies are using technology, but how about the people? Only 40% are providing enough training, and I don't have time to go all those paradigms. Again, AI based on all those reports, there are 4 paradigms. Learning in the workflow is important, AI is important. We should not separate learning and development from the workflow. They have to learn, people should learn in the workflow rather than something separate. Those, again, I mentioned that those skills, soft skills are very important. Skill-based organization rather than job or position-based organization, skill-based organizations are becoming more powerful, and they will sustain longer. And in terms of the measuring, measurement is very important. We have to assess what we do, and this is a very well-known model. I'm sure all of you are aware of that, but unfortunately we are not really focusing on behavior and results. We have to find ways to do it. I have some examples, and here's the thing. There are 3 things are important in terms of learning and development in workplace. First, digitization and AI. AI is there, will be there. We have to use it responsibly, we know, but you cannot escape that. And there are diminishing and emerging jobs. We have to be aware of that. An aging population is very important also. I'm about to finish. So we have to adopt AI. That's very important, but we should embed it in every part. We have to design continuous learning and development opportunities that are embedded into the workflow. It should not be something separate. It should be embedded into the workflow. And of course, the hybrid models are the best ones. Currently, we don't know the features, but currently we should establish a balance between human and AI centric models. And measurement is very important. I will skip this part, this TPP. This is the golden triangle. Bringing technology a place will not be the solution. You have to change your processes. There are a lot of good examples in the presentation. Also, you have to train your people. So you have to make them ready for this one. I used a lot of AI tools I explained here. but the ideas are mine. And thank you very much. Sorry, as a professor, I love to talk.
So please have a seat. And for panel, I would like to invite the Dean of the Business and Economics and Administration, Professor Iveta Ludviga, and as well the Director of Big Data Analysis Program, Dr. Ivars Godman is here on the floor to join, and as well the previous speakers, Martin Berzinc and Marina. Please have a So I will, while you're still looking for seats, I will immediately jumpstart the conversation to speed up. I'll have a sort of, I don't know whether you saw it, but there was the Pope recently had Pope Leo just issued on the 15th of May the document which was called the Leo Magnifica Humanitas. And he said outright, we will not be saved by AI, whatever you say, each of you. And he said that it's actually, we need to slow down AI development because his concern is misinformation, militarization, and the risk of an ending war. Maybe if I kind of bring it down on my micro scale, that's a question to you, but for everybody, of course. You, Martin, mentioned, you talk about this human-centered AI, right? And I'm not talking about basic tools we all use daily, which is Claude and, ChatGPT, Perplexity, whatnot. I work in media, and obviously I use quite a bit of AI tools in media production. And that a little bit also ties to Marina when you talked about AI tools, that they're sort of service-centered. My concern personally is I use it because I have to almost, but I feel like I'm constantly frustrated. When you use like simple prompts, it's not an issue because you have a prompt, we all use it daily, but like in a video production, and I know how it is in finance, and that's why I'm curious whether in finance offering the solutions, you're actually raising the level of frustration. And somebody just recently told me there's actually rehab units in the UK for treating people for AI anxiety. I can tell you in media and video production, I have this AI anxiety, and I constantly being frustrated. And again, I'm forced to do that because this is what you said. Technology demands, and you have to retrain yourself. But by retraining myself, I become more frustrated. But again, this is just me. Maybe I'm whomever. Yeah.
All right. Maybe just a reference to Pope Leo. I think that this is like a super interesting topic, and this is actually one of the reasons why Pope Leo took the name Leo, because previous Pope with the same Leo was having different opinion about the industrialization, and that was back in like 19th century. So there is like interesting correlations between those two things, but I'm not going there. So talking about AI, I think that, again, this is important how and what is done with the technology. Because if you are going to use AI in a research, there is like one big problem, and I really like when, and I'm a user of the Perplexity, just for disclosure, because I love the possibility that I can actually get and use any of the models. So I can use OpenAI, I can use Claude, I can use DeepSeek, and I'm comparing the answers and trying to understand what better fits for me if I'm trying to formulate certain areas. But if you are looking on a general perspective, this is not going to help you answer like significant questions, because technology is going to converge to certain result which is kind of well described, but you are not going to go beyond that. And talking also about the video production, I think that, again, in many situations, and I'm like, one of my hobbies is diving, and I'm using 360 camera, and the 360 camera, you are having also the mode which can, like your recording, kind of make AI highlights of that particular video and generate movie. And I'm always disappointed with that movie because it doesn't show the content I would like to put there, and there is no clarity on what I can get out. And
what is the camera using by any chance?
I'm using Insta360 X4. But where I'm going with this,
Chinese, by the way.
of course, the best video is currently produced by the Chinese. And if you are looking on the video production for the marketing purposes, then lately I have been saying that AI in the videos is, and I'm like looking at the videos which are like also covering different cultures. So artificially, you are like generating even Hindu people like special hand gestures, etc., depending where it's going to be used. So this is like super deeply into that, and I think that cameras are filming and giving these insights. But for me, the question is, okay, the quality is there, and there is certainly some context. The question is, what is the value for me as a user? And how much I'm getting out for these personalization uses. And I think that still we are like in super early stage of the AI as those answers are supporting, let's say, 80% of the cases. Not really like going to the whole 100%.
Yes. I asked Wouters to give me a little time because I have no possibility to speak 20 minutes. But I got feeling that this conference, not this one, there's a lot of conferences also somewhere else, are slipping in a very dangerous path. I heard the speakers, they're talking AI, very general, very psychological. But at the end of the day, I'm much more happier to understand what kind of AI you are using, what are your results, what are your, at the end, conclusions? And here I just need this time to explain. Normally, what happens before AI? What AI is doing is helping people, okay. And go deeper, they're helping people to get clear with data. At the end of the day, it's just the work with data. If you go more deeper, we're working with the digital data. Doesn't matter, it's image or sound or video. No, it's a digital data. Because we don't have quantum computers today, it's a 1 or 0, that's all. Before AI, it was a statistical analysis, different types, it's called expert machines, which is used long time. And the first type of AI came out with algorithms. And the first algorithms, it's very easy to use in Python. Python allows you to do very fast, was the algorithms which is called cluster algorithms. When you push something in the box and you don't know what kind of things you push in the box, and you ask algorithm, can you put this in different groups? Because you don't know what you are pushing inside. Apples, burns, and different type of fruits, for example. But then come the next stage of AI. It's a machine learning. It was the second stage, machine learning, shallow machine learning. Then we switched to the deep machine learning. And deep machine learning is the next stage of AI. They are using neural algorithms. With help of this, you could look image, you could detect what kind of image you see, it's image detection. Then you use neural algorithms for drivers without drivers' cars and so on. Then the third, which I do believe most of you are using, they are React AI. React AI came very elementary. Siri, Alexa in Amazon, Siri, and all those bots who are answering your questions. This was a level higher because they try to understand what you are asking and they try to react. And a lot of you, my understanding, are working with this level. But then came the next level. And this is what all IT companies are doing here in the United States and try to do something also here in Latvia, however, they are too poor. This is agent or assistant or agent AI. And here I need to oppose Mr. Berzinch. Those things will put the human not in the center more. You are in the beginning as a human. You are in the beginning of process because they could do such things, not only like ChatGPT, which has a long language technology to understand what you are talking about. Now, they could do 3 fundamental things. They could independently collect and gather data without your help. Without your help. They could get data for different origins, for different type of data. You don't need to help them to do. Second, they have the function of reasoning. They could make the elaboration and analysis of data and make conclusions. And the third thing is they are making independent actions. And so it goes in the circle. So at the end of the day, if I want to make my agent, I need to put the context, that's right. Different how you talk it, tokens, context, doesn't matter how you call it. But then it's possible that I'm not more in the center, not more in the center. I'm in the beginning, and I will find what this AI brings to me. And for that reason, the question is, now it's time in the research, it's quite clear, we need a study course in the big data analytics immediately next year. And we have, thanks God, some master students which finished this year, who has already the master job, how to make an agent who helps to work in the company, which is retail company, how to produce new products, and how to compare the prices, and how to find. Everything is done by agent, not by company more. And for that reason, I do believe that it's very necessary when we speak about AI, every of the speakers, to more precisely say what kind of level and what kind of AI you are trying to use. Because here in finances, I listen to you, yes, that's right. But you know that, for example, Alibaba, the company which is platform, they have this AI, but they have the paying system inside the platform, which not American platforms have. In Latvia, small companies do it, for example. Both mobily, we don't know how the payments are going with banks. Yeah, we don't need to go to banks, yes? But the question is, which way we are going with this, because how we then control, and your problem here was, it's very nice, decentralized financing, but then the fraud, who is controlling, who is supervising?
This is exactly what my question to you, I wanted to tie to Marina's, is because you talk about this informed consent and also biological data. My personal, and I also use Perplexity and I use lots of tools, is always that I don't owe this data. And somebody makes a big profit. I don't. Well, I make maybe profit in a different way, but ultimately we are all stakeholders without having actually stake in those companies. And with having particular biological data, where's the red line? So maybe also you can tie in what just Professor Goodman has said.
Yeah, so maybe I will start this maybe a bit more broader picture about the AI usage in Latvian financial sector, just to have everyone will be understanding where we are. So first of all, the financial sector is number one who is adapting, together with IT sector, of course. Number one, let's say, industry that is adapting AI quickly. The most quickest way is rather any other sector of in economy, especially if we're talking about the Latvia. We did our own quick research about all financial institutions in respect to who is doing what and why they're doing, where exactly they're using AI, in which processes they're using AI, what kind of productivity they have achieved, actually, we have this data already. And what we saw right now is that there is no high-risk AI system, high risk, I mean classified by the AI regulations that right now in the force, adopted by the financial sector. But financial sectors in each and every process, the insurance sector was #1, they are leading, and banking, and then investment services and payment institutions. So they adopted AI mostly on their own business activities. What they see in a customer onboarding, digital onboarding, and KYC system, there are plenty already projects of AI usage in fraud, because the fraud identification is a big deal, because you need to focus on these patterns, and AI can help identify and build the different types of patterns. And actually, with AI, you can even create the change of patterns without changing the data. And there are plenty of AI tools that are currently on the development on transaction monitoring, so it's how to make the payments much more safer, because as you mentioned, those large, big tech platforms that are currently in use, one is the customer experience and what we gain as a customers, another is backend. And on the backend, there are plenty of AI systems that are already in type. In Netherlands, they have a bank called Bank with a Q in the end. That is fully AI bank. There is no process built in this AI, in a backend system without AI usage. And it is built from the very beginning based on AI. And when you will be going through the onboarding and clicking, so you will be speaking only with a bot.
But in my daily practice, I see that, yeah, if you talk about my age and younger, but the people who are my age and older, obviously they are not open to these over-complex AI financial instruments. Maybe some are, right? I don't know. I can't talk about Dubai. I have no experience with that. But in Latvia, I was just in Mado, and I was in a seminar with the teachers where I had to teach them basic AI tools. The world apart from the AI usage in education, let alone financial instruments. So that kind of also a little bit ties to both of you, Iveta, and you, Professor Kaden, with the educational institutions, and I'll let Marina finish. And of course, the question also triangulate with education. Do you think education right now, what's happening both at Riseba and in Ozo University, is ready to meet these challenges?
Just to finalize, so the digital literacy in Latvia is really, really low. But we don't need to expect that someone will come and solve this problem, because it is the responsibility of each specific human base. It is our own responsibility to build our digital skills. Nobody comes. I don't believe that any kind of special education will bring it into our brain. If you don't have attention for running for that, you will never get it.
Yeah, but that kind of dog eats dog attitude.
Another thing, if we take the same Netherlands sample, they have all the institutes that have been offering Bachelor and AI programs already 6, 7, 8 years ago. And right now they have already an education.
We have a lot of master students.
But there is no specific AI program in Latvia.
Sorry, we have a lot of master students who are from the banks. Sorry, from the banks, from your system, from different banks, and also for fast finance companies, which calls their financial, how it's called, intelligence. So there's nothing, they're just fast credits. But at the end of the day, you know what was
40% of the market, by the way.
No, yeah, fintech is fast credits, and don't tell me anything else. But you know what I'm talking to you. What are the demand? What those guys are doing? What were the master theses from the different banks? And what are demand of that job from the banks? First one, you said fraud detection, that's right. And they use graph, different type of algorithms. It's completely interesting. But the second was very interesting. Demand, very clearly, what they try to get support from algorithms to understand, if I'm your client, how fast I will take next loan at your bank. And analyzing all parameters, I'm going to take a next loan or not. I'm taking next loan to refinance previous one, and I haven't heard anything else. And so 2, 3 themes are coming. But mostly, they're concentrating on the fraud. And then the problem is, how can I trust you that you show me those very interesting slides that it's realistically in your banking system in Latvia are being really applied? Because actually, if you say about the decentralized platforms, they are working without you. They don't need banks. The problem is how to control them. That's another thing. Or for example, if I'm talking about the project financing, we don't need banks more. You're right about tokening, but we don't need banks more. The question is, where you're going? Because if the platforms all around will implement payment system inside like Alibaba, no need for you banks more. Sorry for this provocation.
Maybe Iveta and Professor Kainer can introduce.
Yeah, I would love to add to this. As 2 days ago was said by one of my PhD students who is studying application of artificial intelligence in investment banking. The main difference between previous level of technologies and current artificial intelligence is decision making. Until now, decisions were made by humans and helped by technologies. Currently, we are moving to the stage where decisions are made by technologies, and humans are the ones who can accept the decision or reject. So I think this is the most important thing. As soon as we still keep the final decision in the human's hands, everything will be fine. Artificial intelligence will help us to make things faster, better, to calculate all those risks and so on. And for students as well, I have observed during the couple of years that using artificial intelligence, students can learn much more than previously. The same students, as you said, Generation Z, Generation Alpha, they learn through technologies. That's completely right. If you want to train the students to be those learners throughout their lives, this can happen only if we train them how to use technologies. But the decision making, I think, is the key. As still as we will keep the decision in the human mind, everything will be fine. But when we will transfer decision absolutely to technologies, we don't know where they will go.
Well, very quickly, the problem again, since you also work with the, let's say in video production, what I noticed, you have to relearn how to actually speak, because your video quality and the video images are dependent how you actually twist the language. And I find something that's unnatural about the process, because I'm no longer in command of my own even English vocabulary. That the machines actually dictate how you should speak, and even the language changes.
Do they speak better than you?
It's because if you're not putting a proper prompts, it's not a question of the syntax. It's more of the question, choices the word that render a specific sort of diffusion and pixelation while the video transformation is happening. And I don't think that's a natural process. And when you say that at the end you're in control, I'm confused that actually I'm losing the control. I mean,
then don't do that. Don't agree with your artificial.
Yeah, but the problem is when you become, I'm just throwing out this idea, particularly in education, when you become simply a curator, then that as a curator, I can't necessarily claim that's 100% true, but you're diminishing your intellectual prowess and ability to reason at the maximum potential, because you're just simply curating. And that's what very often some of these tools do, they're curating. So you had some response.
Yeah, first of all, curating is very important. And we all have to, as professors even in the universities or as human resources development professionals, experts, we have to be creators rather than creators, because sometimes everybody's creating. Of course we have to create, but at the same time, creation is very important. But there's one word I would like to take that from and then mention, share something. You said language or communication with the machines. In my institutions, we have a platform. It's AI platform. We bring industry and universities, experts all together so that we want to try sort of create a synergy among all those. And in one of the meetings, there were the two CEOs meeting with the professors and actually university managers. And we were all talking about that those operational jobs will be done by AI easily, fast, and more fast. And then the professors, especially university administrators, asked those two CEOs, in which fields we should offer training, we should offer higher education. And they said that both. There are two fields, definitely we need to offer degree programs. The first one is communication, like creating video. In order to get better results creating a video with AI, you have to communicate well with that program, with the tools. So you have to communicate well. The second field is philosophy. They said that we have to offer philosophy programs because our new generation must know how first human thinks, and then they should learn how machines think, because they are imitating some way of our thinking. But maybe they will start finding different ways of thinking, like neural networks. Everybody right now, I mean, in all the institutions, people are using those neural network-based systems. But we have to, in order to understand how those machines are thinking, we have to know how human thinking. So they said that offer programs in the field of communication and philosophy. I loved that part. And then I want to go back to your question, previous question about are we ready, how we can train our students or teachers or others. Tell the truth, we will not be able to train them. We will not be able to train our employees or anybody. Think about cell phones. Did you get any training, formal training about cell phones? Or
my mother did.
Good. How many % of those people get it? Think about using social media. Or think about even computers, you know. What happened, they all went into those different interfaces, different tools. AI must be embedded inside those tools that will be user-friendly, and we will all be using those tools. We cannot really escape using those tools.
Martin, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, just maybe 3 thoughts on reflecting. So first, I wanted to answer to Ivars that I disagree. And when we are talking about the agents, and I'm working with agents for last few years already, then super important is still this fact of the human agency, because you as a user, or if I'm creating agent for somebody who is going to use it, I still need to serve the person in terms how he as a human would like to receive the transfer. It cannot be just a black box. Meanwhile, with the agents, I can do a lot. And where I would be probably super limited, I can envision now bank. And if we are looking at the bank, and just as a reference, I was mentioning this Monea, which I built back in 2013. That was first licensed payment institution here in Latvia, and it was for micropayments. Then for the banks, if we are looking at the regulations and everything, then banks are working independently for 80% of the cases. And if we are looking on those 20% of the corner cases, that's where you need to have those 1,000+ employees. And what I can truly predict that if I would have the proper regulation in place, I could serve with 50 employees, 50 million customers. And that's where we are heading with the agents. Question is, the first is, I need to assure that my customer, from the customer experience perspective, is happy what he is getting. That's the first thing. Second, where I'm going to have the biggest fight is going to be the regulators, because they are super conservative. And that was like one of my points, that If I'm looking what is currently available in Asia, what is currently available in US, I'm using something what I'm not allowed to use in Europe. So this gives me chance to play, and of course, I'm trying to be responsible in using the technology itself. And then back to your thought about the videos. I think it's not about the quality, it's about the quantity. Because if we are now talking about the future of the customers, we are trying to get or create the personalized experiences.
But that's what OpenAI did in Sora too, to come back.
That was bad example, and I think that if we are looking for the purpose where those videos are heading, this is actually the whole principle that I'm creating the ad, or I'm trying to inform you with maybe some video material, which is going to be used maybe by 10–20%. And it doesn't matter the quality of the language, it doesn't matter some of the details, while when we are talking about the art, when we are talking about the, let's say, the audience, then still there are going to be human creativity involved, and we are going to enjoy, on a mass scale, totally different content.
Well, unfortunately, we've come to the most pleasant thing when in film production. We always say the most important thing in the film production.
What about Bag's future?
Well, that would be the last one, because the food is waiting for us. So
Give us prognosis.
this will be the last one. All right.
I would do not want to make any predictions, but the logic is that if we're talking about, again, this Gen AI and actually agentic AI, in Latvia's Bank, we are using already a lot of AI agents that have been created, and they who are serving in supervision, and it's already give us very good effect, and we are calculating this effect in a task that has been done, and FTEs actually that also has, we have an economy in FTEs. For example, we have several segments that are producing more than 2,000 documents per day. And nobody from the human beings actually will be able to review all those, but according to regulation, you have to. And that's where we have employed actually more than 20 agents who are doing a lot of different types of jobs really in Latvia's Bank. So the supervision part is already utilizing AI for I don't know, it started before even those LLM models appeared, because we had it in a very, very beginning of our strategy, how we see it. We haven't been like well informed how exactly we will come where we are, but we understood it in the beginning that we will go into that direction. And I think the next step will be building this agentic system. It is actually our next step, what we'll be doing right now. And when the agents will be more focusing on creating or performing whole process from the end. So right now they're processing kind of one step, another step, one agent is doing one, another. But now we want to get it in a line to have it. And we see that actually right now the jobs that can be previously could be done by 4 people, you can now, it could be done by 1. In another thing, it's not always about the replacing people, but it's more like thinking how we work, because there are different agents who are employed in different types, and we don't see any kind of productivity or efficiency on FTEs. But what we can see, that actually we are looking and starting to work in a different way.
Mm-hmm. Well, unfortunately,
AI agent right now, and then the lawyer, human being, and human being is supervising the process. No, the documents are produced by market participants, and they are sent. No, they're reading. They're reading. Market participants are producing, and AI agent is actually doing the compliance job.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for the panelists, and unfortunately I have to. We will continue our conversation at the lunch table, and so thank you so much again for your insightful and very lively. Thank you, Ivars, for keeping things lively, right? And thank you again. And we will come back at 2:35. right? So it's a little bit less than an hour, this is sufficient. And please be so kind, be on time, so we don't need to be running late. Thank you. Please take a seat, and we are finally coming to the most exciting session, if not one of the most, if not the most, and that's a session 3, which is Pathways to Sustainable Resilient Futures, Innovation, Agility, and Transformation. In this final plenary, we bring together 3 perspectives. 1, the future of higher education in the age of AI. The second, the shift from AI adoption to real AI governance. And finally, the role of science, collaboration, and sustainable development. And just as in the previous sessions, so 20 minutes for each speaker, and after that, I will cordially invite Professor Walter Skaj and Professor Emil Zvelinov will join the panel. And as a first speaker on the topic, Rethinking Education, is AI university a dream or reality, which is looking into new business models in education driven by technologies. And can actually AI replace university? And with that is my pleasure and really honor to introduce our colleague and partner, Dr. Tim Bruggermann, who is a professor and rector of ACAD University in Germany, and a member of the board of EdTechU, the European Association for Educational Technology at universities. His academic focus is research into educational career guidance and the digitalization of educational process. And being rector, I imagine that speaks for itself. So, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for your interest. And thanks for the invitation and the preparation of this wonderful conference. Yes. As you already heard, my name is Tim. I'm a professor of educational technology, and I'm the rector of the ACAD University. The ACAD University in Germany is a private university, and so we are a corporate, we are a company as well. And so I would like to talk in the next 19 minutes with you about running a business as a university under the impact, under the influence of AI. And that leads me to my question for this presentation. This is not my presentation, sorry for that. But anyway, my question is the AI university already there? Or where are we in the case of AI universities? Is it in bright future? Is it a utopia or is it more a dystopia? So let's think about this in the next 18 minutes. So first of all, I have to mention that the higher education institutions in Germany, and I think in whole Europe as well, are well known to challenges and shifts over the past years or decades. Why? Because the world changed. And so education. We heard it already today. We are living in the so-called VUCA world. So everything is dynamic, uncertain, everything is complex. You do not know what is right or wrong. Everything is ambiguous, so you do not know, is this the right way, or is this the right way, or something in between? And so the people out there are asking for more and more flexibility to cope with this dynamic VUCA world. That's the reason why companies are offering more flexibility to their employees. They're offering flexible payments, flexible home office situations, flexible processes. And the people itself are asking for more and more flexibility because they have to. They want to learn in the same way they want to work because they have to. They have to combine work, life, and education in this dynamic world. And for that, they are asking for flexibility. And we see this also in numbers. The shift in direction new learning in comparison to changing the working culture in direction new work. We see the shift in direction new learning. We see that the numbers of enrolled students at on-campus university, for example, are decreasing over the last years, and the numbers of enrolled students in, for example, flexible distance learning programs are increasing rapidly. So, and with the help of digitalization, we are able to fulfill this flexibility. The flexibility the people need. So digitalization over the last years helps us to fulfill this flexibilization, and flexibilization helps us to fulfill the individualization. So to put the human and the needs in the center. So with the help of digitalization, we are able to do individual study programs, to realize it, and so that everyone is able to learn at their own pace and to pick their or her study programs fitting to their life. So we do digitalization on purpose, not because it's cool. We do it on purpose to fulfill flexibilization and individualization. And it depends on your business model as a university or your strategy as a university, but some more, some less are trying to be as flexible as possible nowadays to fulfill these needs. We, for example, as ACAD University, we are focusing on working people. And we are a full distance learning university, so we have to focus on full flexibility. That means that students at the ACAD University are allowed to start every day their study programs. Not twice a year, not 3 or 4 times a year. Every single day they're allowed to start their study program, every single hour. We provide also the motto that we say anytime, anywhere. So the people are allowed to learn whenever they want and wherever they want. And they're allowed to do their exams whenever they feel ready. Not on fixed dates. If you feel ready in the middle of the night, on Sundays, you are able to do your exam. That means trying to be as flexible as possible. And if you try to be as flexible as possible, I think we have to think about the digital transformation of our whole study life cycle management and not only single parts of it. So we have to think about not only doing the digital transformation in the field of study and learning. We are all good at it. But we also have to think about the digital transformation of our marketing, digital transformation of our enrollment processes, alumni management, and so on and so on. So if you're trying or running to be at full-scale flexible university in the future, we have to think and talk about the digital transformation of the whole student life cycle management. And to realize this digital transformation of the whole student life cycle management, you need a lot of educational technology, so-called EdTech. And then you have a real digital architecture at your university. Because you need, it's very similar to building up a new university from scratch on a green field, but in a virtual way. You need virtual campuses, you need virtual study offices, you need virtual e-libraries, classrooms, and so on and so on. You need everything digital. And mostly all of these EdTech tools nowadays run by AI engines or work with AI features. So to shorten it up, in my opinion, the AI university is already there. If you want to be there. So if you want to be flexible, then you are already on the way of an AI university. For example, at the ACAD University, we are working with an AI chatbot study buddy, for example. And we do this because we want to increase our services for our students. As a distance learning university, you have a lot of asynchronous materials, videos, text, podcasts, quizzes, and so on. And you have to motivate yourself every time again. So you have to be very self-driven for that. And to increase the content-learner interaction, we implemented the AI Study Buddy chatbot. And that helps to increase the content-learner interaction between students and content. And it's a service for us, an additional service for our students. So, and the same thing The same thing here. If you want to fulfill the full flexibility and you say, okay, you are allowed to do your exam on Sundays or in the middle of night, whenever you feel ready, then you have to work with AI as well, because then real exam staff employees are not available. So then we work with AI proctored exams to check the identity, to check the sheeting management, and so on. So that is an additional service to fulfill the need of flexibility to work with an AI as a university. And sometimes AI enables new approaches for education. And so I'm very proud and pleased to say that we, together with Riga University, we launched 6 months ago the first AI-driven digital twin professor in Europe, so-called Professor Walters. Maybe you recognize him. Yeah, thanks for the applause. Thank you. Applause to Walters and Riga University. Professor Walters Kasch here is the role model of the digital twin, and it's a really AI-driven digital twin. And we launched it 6 months ago, and since then our students are allowed 365, 24/7 to call Professor Walters. We call him Professor Walters. He's an AI professor. You can call him like a Zoom call or Teams call, and you are able to chat with him every time you want. You can do Q&A sessions regarding to your content. You can do rehearsals for oral exams. You can do oral exam simulations with Walters and talking with Professor Walters about everything you want in several different languages. So it's also an additional service. You are able to choose your language, what you need. And the quality of the answer is also very sophisticated, like on the real Professor Walters. So it's very cool to have it. But to shorten it up, to make a long story short, after launching this European first AI Professor Walters, really we inaugurated this professor as a regular guest professor at our university. We get huge media response. Nationwide broadcasting, nationwide journals are picking this story up and saying, what are they doing? And you see it, mostly critical, very critical. Oh, what are you doing? You're replacing real professors. Nobody wants that. This is the end of education in the academic world. Boo! So I love to get media response, don't get me wrong, but this was really tough critical media response. But on the other hand, we won awards for being so innovative. So the people out there, the public, they are not really 100% clear how to see this. Is it really a utopia? Is it a dystopia? So I'm looking really forward to discuss this with you. What do you think? But just to mention, if you move in direction AI university, sometimes you get some air in the face. So not everyone will accept this shift in this direction. So, but what I think and what we see is that I think we see that we have to prepare for the new and the next evolution of artificial intelligence. I don't see it as a revolution, I see it as an evolution. And you decide where you want to go and which pace you want to be with this evolution. And I think Professor Walters is a very good preview of how to imagine the coexistence between real professors and AI professors. To see the coexistence in the future between AI study coaches and real study coaches, and so on. So, because for us as Akat University, it was never the idea to replace one of our professors. It was always an additional service, because we will have our real professors, but in the night, on Sundays, whenever, we will enrich our service with additional AI tools or professors, or you name it, whatever. In our written AI strategy, we say, okay, we only use AI if this makes our processes more smooth or more efficient for services, or if this helps to increase the competence and the skills, the outcomes of our students. These are the main goals. Then we use AI, and then we try to use it in an agile way and do, first of all, proof of concepts like Professor Walters. It's a proof of concept. So If we see it does not fulfill our goals, then okay, we skip it, we delete it. Next one. We have to do it in an agile way. So I think whether you like it or not, you see the AI university is already there. But are we prepared for this AI university world as businesses? And we are running an annual study in Germany, and we ask all private university leaders year by year about their mindset towards AI. And for example, we ask them, what is your mindset? Are you more wait and see mindset, or in a mood of wait and see, or do you want to move forward? And you see here on the right-hand side, they're decided to be more forward. You will find the whole study behind the QR code. And we also ask them, do you see more chances or do you see more risks if you think about AI as a private university? And they also say, oh, we see more chances and so on. So we got really, really positive feedback in Germany, and the private universities, they want to be upfront, they want to be riding the wave of AI, they want to be innovative, and they see their chances. I think it's different if you talk with state-driven universities, but at private universities they see their chance. But what they also say is that they see a lot of changes for our universities and our business models. They see changes in the roles, in the existing roles at universities. For example, they say, hey, the roles of researchers will change, and definitely the role of teachers will change in the future. So we have to rethink and reflect about the roles in our universities. But are they really prepared for AI? One question was, do you have a written AI strategy at your entity, at your institution? And you see a mixed picture over there. Some do have, some do not have yet, and a lot of people are discussing it right now. And I think there's a lot to discuss if you think about a written AI strategy at your university. First of all, it has to be a living document, because you have to refine it and reflect it every couple of weeks and months. Then you have to think about qualification of your employees, qualification of your students. You have to think about new curricula. You have to think about legal and regulation aspects. You have to think about ethical aspects, and so on and so on. So a really sophisticated AI strategy is really not so easy business. And for that, I have to do the same commercial block like Hakan, because we are in the same project together with Riga University, SEN and Anadolu University, University of Twente in Netherlands, and the German University ACAD and FHM. And we started with this EU-funded project Force AI a couple of months ago. And first of all, we started with a need analysis, because we think you have to manage AI at higher education institutions. So you need a new role, for example, in higher education AI manager. Because we see, okay, traditional existing roles are changing, but maybe new roles will occur, like an AI manager at your higher education institution. But what does these AI managers have for a qualification profile? What do they need if I want to hire someone? So we started with a need analysis, with an international study asking all universities all over the world, what do you think about AI management? What is the need at your higher education institution? Then we developed a qualification profile for an AI manager, for AI management at higher education institutions. And you are free to visit our website and download all these outcomes for free. So please join us. Please follow us on LinkedIn. It's really worth it. So please, you are free to download all these outcomes. And as Hakan already said, you are free to join our piloting phase, because what we did now is we developed a further education online course for ongoing AI managers. We are right now 300 participants, but you are all able to join, bring your stuff, bring your employees. And if this is too short for you, after our piloting phase, you will get every content for free, because this is an EU-funded project. So feel free, visit our website, follow us on LinkedIn, and then you can adapt it for your university or for your organization. It's a really nice project. So I think there is hope inside. Yeah, there's light at the end of the tunnel. But I will end my presentation today and my 20 minutes with some open questions. I do not have answers right now, but maybe you. First of all, we all know that, and we heard that today already, that the labor market is changing. And so I think we have to rethink everything we do at universities right now. Because we have to rethink what are relevant skills in the future. What are relevant study programs in the future? What are relevant degrees in the future? So we have to rethink all these products and core principles of our business models. What to learn, how to learn. So we have to rethink all this, and we have to rethink all this under the impact of some other challenges, like we heard it today already, losing our traditional target groups. So our target groups are changing. And what affected me most, under the impact of a loss of trust in us as universities in general, and under the pressure of loss of trust in our degrees. That hits me really hard and really deep. And one last example of this, I'm not sure if you be aware of this, but the Palantir company is offering young people 70,000 euro per year not to study, not to go to university. They say, if you are young people, if you come out of high school, come directly to Palantir, we will pay you 70,000 per year. And because the universities are not ready for AI, you will not learn what's relevant and what's necessary. Come direct to us. We will teach you what's relevant. We will pay you 70,000 euro per year. And then we will hand over to you a Palantir degree. It's more worse than a university degree. And this really hits me, because this is the core value of our universities. And this is under attack. I don't want to be so dramatic, but I think we have to rethink our core value. We have to rethink everything we do, and better start now. And I'm looking forward to do this with you right now at the panel or at the coffee table. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, so much. I'm not sure about this Max guy, this Palantir guy.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Anytime I see his face, so I'm not sure. I don't know about you, but I'm not sure. So I will not adapt his idea yet, that immediately to work for his company by ditching university. So, and since we're on the topic, we talked so much about adoption. So we are actually moving on something that is more convincing, that is AI governance. And the next topic is from AI adoption to AI governance, building resilient organizations in an age of turbulence by Henri Leymanis. Henri Leymanis is a senior legal and governance professional with board-level experience across infrastructure, telecommunications, finance, and digital transformation. He holds LLM in transnational business practice from the University of the Pacific, and George School of Law, and MBA from Riga Business School, and he serves as the chair of the Public-Private Partnership Association. He currently is a PhD candidate in AI governance, researching the international governance frameworks for artificial intelligence in the context of broader legal and institutional paradigm shift. Please, Henri, the floor is yours. That's a long one.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Yes, AI governance. Somebody in the audience said, what in the world is that? So that's exactly what I'm trying to understand for the last 5 or so years while doing my PhD on AI governance and the international aspects of it. Plus, during the last year, at the Public-Private Partnership Association, we have been trying to figure out what are the best ways for the public sector to enjoy AI and to increase productivity using AI. Indeed, it is not a simple answer, and it is not so creative as the previous speaker was presenting in his case. So let's go into where organizations start when they consider AI. Probably with very simple questions. For example, how fast we can get it, which tools we should buy, what are the competitors doing, right? So these are very natural questions, but I would suggest that there might be even a better one, and that would be really to say, how do we stay resilient and profitable and in control using AI? And that's the question to which governance is supposed to answer. Companies discuss the opportunity to invest. And when they invest, it is normally not, let's invest into some tool, because that is not really the question that should be answered. No, normally, companies look for how do we increase our competitiveness, how we make better, more educated decisions, how we lower our business risks, how we protect our margins, and effectively, we want to increase our profitability, right? Not to get some new tool, we want to increase or maintain profitability in the competitive environment. But of course, the pressure is there. The pressure is in the boardroom. The pressure is from the investor's side. What are you doing? What is your AI strategy? And so on. So nobody wants to be left behind. So sometimes this discussion about AI starts from really anxiety rather than strategy. So sometimes some of the narratives that we can see in the public and also in the boardrooms are rather shallow, I would say. They look for, let's do some pilots, let's buy some licenses, let's do experiments, let's do something that the hype cycle requires us to do. On the other hand, little focus in this discussion is devoted to management systems, to process quality, and the processes must always be there. I will deal with this a little bit later because this is one of the issues that I'm working on now in my practical AI application project. So if we speak about what AI is really helping us, is it really a technology kind of issue, or is it something else? Can AI provide us with recommendations or decisions? So I would suggest that AI is, for now, in the biggest part, if we speak about the management decisions again here, not about the services as such. So AI recommends management must use its own judgment, and the decisions must be held accountable, and the persons who make those decisions. So accountability is important. That's part of the governance. In our world, we constantly receive external shocks, like Strait of Hormuz. Nobody knew about existence of Strait of Hormuz. All of a sudden, everybody knows and even feels in their business, which is interesting. And also in private life, but in business mostly. So supply disruption, cost increase, margin compression. Can we use AI here? Are AI solutions good enough to help us here? Probably yes, but what if AI suggests, okay, let's reprice our products because the costs have changed? Or let's switch supplier, a supplier which is not dependent on Strait of Hormuz all of a sudden. Fine, that is a good recommendation, but the management still must decide and must keep control over, do we look mostly at our margins or revenue, short-term, long-term? What about the customer trust? Or supplier relationship, again, a long-term issue. So AI may speed the response, but the governance is really how you use the suggestions. AI can also be a shock in itself. Technology shock. We just recently heard this discussion about Anthropic's Mythos product or model. All of a sudden, there is this very different discussion about software reliability. all businesses rely on software, one or another. Is that a banking system or logistics or medical or education? All of a sudden, we have to question, is this, this software that we're using secure? Are we dependent on certain vendor? Is that on our existing software? What about the upcoming dependence on AI supplier and vendor? So, yeah, well, what about competitors? Are new competitors arriving because of existence of AI solutions? Will we be affected by it like tomorrow or after a year? Everybody says after a year, so it means next week, in fact. Somebody will announce something. So now we get what the governance might be, the governance capacity really, how companies can grow and make sure that the governance capacity is there. So really it is about retaining control over all those previously mentioned questions. So we want to make sure that decision quality is there, accountability is there. Nobody will be able to say later, well, you know, this AI solution gave me this advice, or a half automated solution was put into place, so I lost control. What about my investors' trust, my clients' trust, my suppliers' trust? I don't know. The AI said I should act like this. So this is probably not a good answer. So the objective is really the control here, control over your business value. Well, a bunch of questions that can be asked, like who decides what AI can execute? Very important part of the AI discussion. Is AI also part of the execution or just the recommendation or facilitation of something? When the humans intervene, what is being escalated and where? And what and how it is being measured? So, and effectively, if everything fails, who is held accountable? So the governance must answer these questions before we rely on AI more and more. Yeah, so if these answers cannot be answered, then the governance system is weak. We must do something about it. One of the struggle points where companies may struggle are the existing systems, the fragmented data, poor reporting lines or processes, unclear ownership of processes. This is everything that may cause AI to come up with outputs that nobody trusts. So initially, the hype is there, so everybody wants to use AI as much as possible. But once the hype cools down, I think it is important that we trust the outputs, we being the management, but also the customers of a company that is using AI. So one could say that AI may expose old management weaknesses that were there before, and that were not just exposed. We couldn't see them as clearly. So some of the things that can be done, of course, to enable AI, as AI cannot work in chaos. We may think to the contrary that now AI comes and our chaos becomes a system, but I would argue to the contrary that in a chaos AI is less productive. So even though it may do and add some value, you may be overpaying for it if it operates in chaos, basically. So you want the documents from storage to a certain structure before AI is introduced. Now this is a very favorite topic of mine as I'm working on a project. It's called Process to Code, or Process as a Code. This is a project, in the end I'll explain a little bit more, but the idea is that companies may want to empower the AI with humans still in mind, but empower AI by delivering them processes that are based on algorithms rather than old PDFs, emails, instructions, educational materials and what have you, where we as humans, we operate in this environment for for a long time, and we are sort of used to it, but if we want to become more effective, so your company processes need to be considered in advance. And if you do that, you will benefit greatly, in my opinion. This also means that certain workflows where you consider putting AI into a workflow, you also need to understand what it is and how it can be improved before you put AI into this workflow. Otherwise, you may just use part of and get part of the effect. Yeah, so if you are not redesigning your workflows, you may end up doing double work. Again, not good for your investment case. Not good also for personnel management, because staff may ignore AI if that is a recommendation or part of the process, half automatic. If the staff ignores it and reworks it, again, not good. The costs will probably increase, not what you wanted. And some blame shifting, that's partly a psychological issue, less legal, but still, you have to consider that. And the hidden risks, you want your risks clearly understood rather than be hidden somewhere between technology and human interaction, somewhere there. Of course, we should strive for the better. What is that we want to increase? We probably want to increase the speed and control. We want to decrease the risks and to eventually decrease the coordination cost. In the beginning, I'm afraid that the coordination cost increases when you add another layer on top of your human resource. But when that is all good and done, the coordination cost should be lower. Now we get into strategy. So strategy is something where, in my opinion, you should start, as with many issues. So the strategy must say where the investment will go, where the people will stay in the organization and in your processes, what the skills and roles and qualifications will be needed for the people. So there's the higher education institutions part. I still think that it is not for the AI to take over completely. And eventually, so strategy, investment, people, eventually you get to the product or the offer, the service that you deliver to the customers, which pay for all of this party. So again, back to what I said earlier, you start with the strategy, not with the tools. When you have the strategy, I think it is a very important thing to have are the KPIs. What could potentially be the KPIs for using AI? Normally we don't have KPIs for technology, I think. Well, a telco company would probably not have KPIs for their switching equipment. But here, since this is a new technology, you need the KPIs, but I would propose that those KPIs go for the organization's KPIs rather than technologies itself. So we certainly look for productivity gain. That's above all. Otherwise, there is no reason to do that. All the hype will die down, but the productivity gain must be there. Cost reduction, yes. Decision speed, yes. For some sort of forecasting accuracy, service response time, error reductions, all of these, yes. But above all, I think productivity gain. Again, if AI has no measurable target, then it is difficult to govern as well. How to best approach the governance from the perspective, do we build it or do we partner with someone? Of course, the latter is the most simple one. Let's just buy a solution, buy a tool, buy technology. But of course, you have to discuss the opportunity to do something internally as well. So, but before you do that, again, you have to answer: is this your core strategy? Is this core business for you to develop it? Do you have the expertise internally? Can you build fast enough? What about the costs? And most importantly, can we retain control? And this control part is something that you may have a positive answer on saying, yes, let's build internally, because then most likely you will have a higher control. And again, you don't want to have the control over technology itself. You want to have a control over the outcome of whatever technology delivers to you. And that is not the same thing, in my view. If you go for external capability, fully or partially, you need to understand how you will control or govern this external capability. Well, firstly, of course, clear ownership, because if there is some new knowledge base created, you may want to know who owns it. Is that the model owner somewhere across the sea, or is that you? Is that a local provider? And so on. Of course, contractual safeguards, some data boundaries, that is already a must. Audit rights, very important, I think. With the human processes, you can do audits, but they are lengthy, difficult, and the outcome is never very practical. With AI, you can have audits that are meaningful, meaning that you can use audit to change what you do forward, rather than blame someone who did it in the past. Of course, governing external, it is important how you get out of it. So the exit is important so that you're not locked in. Vendor trustworthiness, jurisdictional exposure these days as well. Similarly, as with Strait of Hormuz, we want to know that our systems will work if somebody across the pond will just, switch off some buttons somewhere. Which is a very realistic scenario these days. So especially if you speak about the public sector, probably you want to take less risks in this respect on this jurisdictional exposure. Yeah, so what can be done about the private sector, about the public sector and AI? I just wanted to highlight this very good example that a year ago there was this decision on setting up Mākslīgā intelekta centers, AI center. It is an institution, yet it is a partnership between the government, private tech companies, and NGOs and universities, in theory. Again, in practice, over the year, not much has been done. I just yesterday had a meeting at Mākslīgā intelekta centers because they announced that the first AI sandbox, the first cohort of 3 projects has been selected, and I'm proud to say that I presented and delivered one of those projects, so I will have a first-hand experience how to work with the sandbox. But the idea is that there will be controlled pilots and in a safe place, and safe meaning both technically safe, that the data, if there is public data being used, it will be stored on safe servers and data centers, and legally safe, that there will be sort of a consulting effort by the state institutions saying, well, there you have risks in your project, do it differently, so we may certify you, grant license or what have you, but do it in a one, well, sandbox, that's the name of it. Let's see how it will work. Yeah, so the conclusion on my behalf is really that the winners will not be those that adopt the fastest. Well, in some cases, on some services, maybe it might be the case, but in the long run, I think that those who will be redesigning their documents and processes, workflows, and keep humans effective will be the winners. Because if people cannot really understand what the process is, and the technology is now all of a sudden somewhere in the mix, that people will just tend to bypass it and or rework, double work on it. So the governance is really the bridge between the tools and the business value that is being eventually delivered. Yeah, so my last thought was really that if management cannot challenge the output, then it should not rely on it. And that's sort of a mantra of the governance, in my view. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Henri. Excellent timing. Excellent, excellent. So finally, we are approaching to our last speaker, David Stabelis, who is a board member at the Latvian Space Agency and industrial coordinator of the European Space Agency and co-founder of several startups such as Fabula, Elina, and HOO, specialized in development of business model strategies as well as expertise in the development of new products and services in the international local markets, climate KIC business program coach and mentor of the European Institute of Innovation Technology. And he will be talking about the topic, how science and business should work together for sustainable development, changing the world, emerging technologies, knowledge transfer from research into real business. And again, a very quick note, and after this last presentation, please, I will announce speakers to our last panel. And if you have any further questions, please prepare them. And yes, looking forward to it.
Thank you for introduction. Sounds better as it is. But yes, I have several roles in my life, and I will not touch so much technologies, business models, but I will focus mostly on my research topic, which is technology transfer. So I believe this is this has a very good alignment on what has been discussed already today, and I will give you some introduction awareness on what we are doing in Latvia to do some how to say improvement on this area. So first of all, good afternoon, everybody. Today I will speak about how science and business should work together for sustainable development. More specifically, I will present research outcomes from our study of Latvia's technology transfer ecosystem. This study has been done last year, so those outcomes are quite fresh. The main message is simple. Latvia's challenge is not only about producing more scientific results, more patents or more projects. The deeper issue is the system architecture, in fact. We need a better way to organize the flow of knowledge, capital, decisions, and responsibility. But as you know, architecture alone is not enough. The practical mechanisms that make this architecture useful is market validation. Market validation helps us to decide which research results have a credible path towards adaptation, value creation, as well for sustainable impact. So the argument I will make today is this. Scientific excellence becomes sustainable value only when it's connected to business and social needs, right? Through a governed, evidence-based validation system. Yes, the central question of the presentation for today is how can science and business cooperate so that the research becomes sustainable development, not only publication, patents, and projects, right? This question is often treated as a cooperation problem. We say that science and business should talk more, meet more, collaborate more between each other, which is true, but it's not enough, in fact. Our study reframes that question as a design problem. The issue is not whether science and business should cooperate. The issue is how the architecture of cooperation should work. Science brings knowledge depth, business brings market discipline. everybody knows that. The state provides the accountability architecture. Society receives sustainable value if the system works. All right? Technology transfer is therefore not just a transaction between universities and companies. It's a systematic function. It depends on whether knowledge, capital, decision, and responsibility are coordinated well enough to move useful solutions to practice. And moving forward, the presentation is based on a complete study, as I mentioned. We had a study for the last 2 years, which was finished this year. The evidence-based combines of 3 different data streams, so we conducted more than 53 semi-structured interviews. A lot of Latvian ecosystem science and innovation transfer ecosystem people has been involved. We have been presenting those results in several international conferences. And the evidence points to one key conclusion. Latvia's main constraint is not the absence of instruments, in fact. We already have projects, programs, support mechanisms, and institutional initiatives. The more serious constraint is insufficient synchronization across governance, institutions, market signals, capital flows. In other words, the system has activity, but the activity does not yet form sufficient coordinated paths from research to adaptation in a commercial sector. This creates Latvia technology transfer paradox, and I will give you a little bit of insight on that. Latvia has a scientific potential, but the conversion mechanics is not yet sufficient, in fact. There are success stories, capable researchers, everybody knows some, and motivated business people, but the system does not yet convert scientific potential into market and social value consistently enough. So we don't have the processes in place. The problem is in the fragmentation. Responsibilities are fragmented, coordination mechanisms are weak, the flow of knowledge, capital, decisions are not synchronized in many cases. Market outcomes do not sufficiently feed back into research capacity and institutional learning. The diagram on the slide helps explain why this matters. Innovation adoption is not one smooth process. It moves through phases, and everybody knows who has been involved into new product development. On the left side, science can often attack innovators and early adapters. Those are people and organizations willing to experiment with prototypes, pilots, proof of concept projects. But early experimentation is not yet real impact. Sustainable development, if we name it, depends on crossing the chasm into mainstream adaptation. The chasm is when many research-based technologies fail. This is the critical element. They may be sufficient, strong, and technology promising. They may even interest early adopters, but they are not yet credible, usable, or validated enough for mainstream business user public uptake. This chasm is not only a funding gap, because we know that this valley, the funding gap, but it's a validation gap as well, trust gap as well, and it's as well as an adaptation gap. For Latvia, the key strategic question is what we build in the middle, right? In between, we need decision gates, portfolio management, professional technology transfer capacity, accountability, and outcomes, in fact, to overcome this chasm. The chasm is where scientific potential either becomes a sustainable value or remains an isolated pilot. This is so simple. Market validation is the bridge that determines which path it takes. The next slide answers the question, what kind of system is needed to cross the chasm repeatedly and not accidentally? Technology transfer should not be managed as a simple pipeline. Our study, which we conducted, shows that successful commercialization does not work like that. Technology transfer is governed ecosystem. It needs strategic institutional choices, operational decision gates, synchronization between actors, culture that supports collaboration. And this is one of elements we are lacking in Latvia in many cases. On the left side, just to explain you how it works, we see the institutional strategic cycle, where you see technology transfer begins before innovation disclosure or patent decision. It starts with institutional priorities, resources, incentives, screening and mobilizing ideas and resources. Institutions need, in fact, scientific institutions need to decide which areas they prioritize, what kind of commercialization profile they want, and how they allocate support. This prioritization is one of key areas of where Latvia should need to improve on. On the right side, you see the operational cycle. This is where this specific technology moves through activation, specification, validation, protection, and structuring. This is a process how universities are organizing technology transfer. They are like a decision points, in fact. At each stage, the system should ask whether there is enough evidence to continue, adapt, or stop, right? So we can stop and not continue some initiatives with technology transfer. This is why the stage gate logic matters. It prevents resources from being spread to tiny help projects mature through evidence rather than enthusiasm alone. The central point in this is market validation does not sit after research, as we have heard quite a lot about it. It sits inside in the decision architecture, which we are missing in Latvian scientific institutions. It shapes investment because resources should follow evidence and need adoption potential. It shapes partnerships, of course, because the right partner depends on the market pathway, not only on a scientific proximity. Yes, this architecture gives structure. Market validation gives direction. Without architecture, market validation remains isolated. Without market validation, architecture becomes process compliance. Model is designed to make it more selective, more evidence-based, and more useful. Market validation is not marketing, first of all. It's an early decision discipline. Before the system commits major resources, it should answer those four questions. First, whose problem is it and how costly is it? Secondly, who will adopt or procure the solution? Thirdly, where it will be used and under what constraints? And finally, which road creates value? So we have different roads. We can license, spin-off, contract, research, public deployment, or partnership. The main point in that is validation should come before we make decisions about IP protection, investment, or any other. For sustainable development, this is also a public value validation. It asks whether solution not only technically possible, but is it adaptable, scalable, useful for real system where impact must happen. Science and business often meet too late. Research is completed, results are packed, and only then businesses ask whether it wants to buy, license, or use it. But that point many important choices have already been made. The technical direction, the use case, IP, development pathway. Early cooperation asks us better questions. We are not asking, can we sell what science has already produced, right? But we ask, should this result be developed in this form for this user under those constraints and through this pathway? This is the way how we should frame the question. This is the purpose of the market validation zone. Science provides the research insight, business and users provide the market signal. Together, they specify the use case and then choose the most credible commercial pathway. For Latvia, this matters because commercialization resources for Latvia are very limited. The system cannot really afford to invest too much in poor specified pathways. So we have to focus on those which we believe are the most promising. And just one another note, the point is not to make research subordinate to the market, right? It should be autonomous. It is to make research with impact potential more adaptable, investable and useful. Cooperation doesn't mean that science, business, technology transfer professionals and the state should replace each other. Each actor has a distinct role, first of all. Science generates knowledge, tests technical validity and explains uncertainty. Business defines operational pain, tests demand and provides scaling discipline. So the technology transfer function translates between science and business, right? So it's between. It manages portfolios, documents decisions, and connects the right partners at the right time. The state, in fact, states the national framework. It gives funds, quality infrastructure, requires comparable data, and protects public value. The key point is that productive cooperation needs both role clarity and shared evidence. The problem is not that actors are different, the problem is that their differences are not connected through a common decision points. Good cooperation clarifies roles, connections, and makes each actor accountable for the evidence. Next, on market validations, and market validation should not be one late checkpoint. I mentioned it already. It should be embedded across the stage gate process. This stage gate process illustrates how the technology transfer science to commercial sector is organized or should be organized in the universities. At activation, the system asks if there is a problem, in fact. At specification, it asks which use case and which user. At validation, it asks what evidence supports adoption. And finally, at protection, it asks what IP route fits the pathway, and it finalizes which partner, deal, or venture model is the most appropriate. Those are stage gates. The decisions should depend in each stage gate on both technical progress and market evidence. The question is not only whether the science has evidence, have advanced, but whether the next commitment is justified. This helps to prevent preliminary patenting, weakly grounded spin-offs and resource drifts, in fact. This used properly, the stage gate process is not a bureaucratic process, first of all. It's a learning system that helps the ecosystem decide whether to continue or adapt. Just to reference to the previous speaker, I think this is as well one of the processes which can be supported by by AI in many senses. The previous slide was focusing on priority moving through the stage gates. This slide shifts discussion to portfolio governance. A mature technology transfer system does not ask every result to become a patent or license or a spin-off company, right? It asks which road creates the most credible value for a specific result in science, given its maturity, market evidence, risk, time horizon, and public value potential. Licensing fits cases where there is mature IP and external partner has the capacity to scale. Public deployment fit cases where social value commits first. For example, joint development fits cases when the technology use case must be shaped together. The key point is that market validation selects the road, portfolio governance balances risks, time horizon, and public value. Finalizing, why market validations strengthen sustainable development? Because it improves how the system chooses, adapts, scales research-based solutions. First of all, it reduces waste. Researchers are not locked into weak evidence pathways. Secondly, it accelerates diffusion, which is about reaching out, reaching companies, users, public system much faster. It improves legitimacy. Technologies are shaped by real social, environmental, and operational needs. And finally, it supports reinvestment. Economic value can return to research as a capability, trust, and new partnerships as well. From my experience, we had few very nice cases when spin-off companies brought back to universities millions and millions of funds on additional research. About the implementation framework, this was as well part of our study, and the implementation challenge is not to create a centralized technology transfer bureaucracy, as we say. This study was pointing out to a different logic. One national framework, first of all, decentralized institutional execution and mandatory validation evidence. First, a little bit on each of those. First, technology transfer should be defined as a duty of public funded research. This does not mean every result must become a commercial, right? So because we have a quite a big base of research in Latvian institutions, but institutions should assess whether their knowledge can create economic or social value. So this is the requirement. Secondly, the system needs a quality framework. Common decision principles, indicators, and data structures. Institutions can remain different, but they need a shared language for evidence and outcomes. And finally, the third, market validation should become part of portfolio discipline. Institutions, like in this case scientific institutions, need common portfolio data and clear, continue, adapt, stop decision on the decision gates. And fourth, culture and incentives must support collaboration. If academic evaluation ignores industry, first of all, and industry engagement is low, and commercialization and behavioral at the end will not change. The key logic is one national framework, decentralized execution, and mandatory validation evidence. And just to remind you, the task is not to have more control, but better governance. And finalizing, The real question is how Latvia organizes knowledge so that scientific excellence can become useful, validated, and scalable value. We see two models. The first model is fragmented projects. We recognize it because this is the one which we have. Science and business meet late. Outcomes depend on individual champions. In science commercialization, personal networks play a very high role. Institutional luck or isolated project opportunities are typical. This can produce success stories, but it does not create resilient system, as we say. It's difficult to repeat and difficult to scale. And this is not about sustainability. The second mode is validated pathways. Science, business, and policy actors use shared evidence to choose, adapt, scale roads to value. Cooperation is not left to chance. It is structured through the market validation, portfolio logic, state gate decisions, and accountability of outcomes. This is the difference between project activity and the system capability, as we say. In the fragmented model, we ask how many project patents, contracts, or events do we have. In the validated pathway second model I presented, we ask which opportunities have credible evidence of problem, user, use case, adaptation road, or public or economic value. Latvia already has scientific potential, and we know quite a lot of different success stories. The task for us is now to organize that potential through validated pathways so that the science and business cooperation becomes less accidental, more evidence-based, and more capable of producing long-term value. Yes, and I would like to close my presentation with one core message, this is that sustainable innovation emerges when knowledge, capital, responsibility, and market validation circulates through deliverable governance systems. Right? Thank you, and looking for questions.
So, David, if you don't mind staying here on the panel, so our next session, I would like cordial live the Davids, Henri Leymanis, and Tim Brugger come here on the stage, and of course joined by Vice Rector of Research and Development, Professor Walter Skaja, and as well Emil Svailinov, who is a professor at USEB University of Applied Sciences, and as well as Newton University of Czechia. And we will be looking at the cross-disciplinary approaches for the resilient, sustainable, future-ready systems in business society. And actually, I'm going to be a little bit more creative. Professor Gordmanis, do you mind joining the panel? Yes, I really, no, I really mean it. Yeah, I really mean it.
I'll be very tough against you.
Yeah, but...
Okay, sorry.
So, I will, So, I will actually start, I will try to triangulate through your presentation. Maybe I'll start with it. I had different questions, but I was listening to you as something popped into my mind. There are two kind of related and unrelated. Oh. So the first question was this, as I was listening, so Tim, you said you brought in Palantir guy, right? So
Our producer, he's at number 2 in the United States, you know?
So he offered the 70,000 a year, and that kind of a little bit reminded me, I was once, when I was younger, I was in DreamWorks, which was by Steven Spielberg studio, and I had an opportunity to be in that studio, and they did also some proprietary things. And I was a little bit struck that on one hand, there was a tremendous creativity. On another one, there was something very conformist, what Chomsky, famous American linguist, says that these 5 propaganda models, and one of the models that the system produces supposedly creativity, but it's very... My concern is that where he advocates the students should teach university and come to work for him, whether they're just simply that he's going to be feeding on what already exists and then their creativity will be confined. So in other words, I doubt that there will be another Steve Jobs coming out of just that little level. That would be one. And that ties to issue of the governance also, right? And I'm concerned about the governance versus adaptability. How can you adapt? How can you govern something that you have very little control? What I mean by this, my big concern is that United States really dominates AI market, right? And again, paraphrasing Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University, he said, you know, if you look at all major corporations in AI are US-based corporation, and he said, that's innovation. What do you have in Europe? And he didn't criticize, he said, in Europe you have great institutions, and yet you have regulations instead of innovation. And the problem is that I just don't, it's just me, I'm an artist and, you know, what do I know about science and so to speak, particularly the world of finance. But I'm very skeptical about building a governance or having effective, for instance, governance if you have that you basically don't, Europe is in a sense of technology almost a vassal to the United States in this instance, right? Maybe I phrase it differently, right? But the United States dominates. And for myself as a EU citizen, I don't think it's a good thing. Now, and that goes back to Palantir as well, that, you know, obviously he wants to, part of it, this, you know, AI hegemon that the United States has become. I don't think it's good.
Maybe I start. So whatever you think about Palantir, the person of the CEO, I think it's more an example for me. And I think we have to be very sensitive as university leaders or managers to be aware of ongoing trends or what's coming up. So we have to prepare for this because everything, if you want to do changes in university, we are highly regulated, as we already heard today. So we have to have some time to react on these changes. And we have to be very sensitive. Is there a change or not? And if there is a change, Palantir or you name it, whatever, other companies, and they do not trust in us, they do not trust in what we teach, they do not trust in our degrees, and they say, okay, come to us, you do not have to go to university, and you do not need a university degree, then we have to be very sensitive for this, and we have to challenge us, and we have to challenge and reflect.
This is clear, this is clear.
Yeah.
But you are in Germany. I used to work in Germany, in Austria, okay, in the capacity of solid-state physics professor, but that's another thing. But the problem is that you also have to be certified like a university, right? Right. Certification is given by whom? Not by business, by government, right? And then the problem, what you have explained us is, if you really want to be flexible, and we also try in Riseba to be flexible. And I'm guiding the big data analytics program, 8 years. Not so many masters are coming because it's tough learning. And we have to change program every day, no, every year at least, to come up, to run up. Now we are starting with generative AI. Now we go to React AI. Now we have to introduce agent AI, and so there's no time. In state universities, Latvia, forget about that. The same in Germany, forget about that. I don't give a penny for that. But my question is, okay, you are private, you are flexible, you have to be flexible, otherwise you will not get money. But the problem, how you get through the certification process. Please try to answer.
Yeah, this is very tough indeed, because all the regulations are decades old. They are sometimes from the 1970s, and we are ruled under these legal situations from the early 70s, and it's very hard. And so I try to muggling through a bit by doing so-called agile proof of concepts and trying to be very innovative, try to win awards, as many as possible, to show the ministry and all the agencies, look, what we do is really upfront, and better you be with us and give us a chance to do this project. And we do all these proof of concepts within research, within evaluation, so that we say, okay, give us a bit time of testing it out, and then we show you the evaluation dates, and then we are able to discuss new regulations or new rules for universities. And so this is a bit our role in between. So fulfill the regulations and also be innovative.
And you evidence that the financing for your research is coming from private sources, yes?
Yeah, mostly, yeah.
That you don't need to ask government to help you.
Yeah, we do not get 1 cent from the government, not 1 cent.
Very nice. Mēs tā nevarat izdarīt, ko šaubos gan.
So yeah, Henri, but also we'll pick up another question based on, so you're saying that you're not even seeking the government funding for research as a private?
If there is government funding like EU projects, we are more focusing on EU projects, but it's easier for us to jump in. But for German federal agencies or federal funding, it's EU money is good money.
Yeah, because yeah, Henri, please. There's another follow-up question on that, because my, again, you know, this is a very subjective experience, maybe wrong, but we as the private institutions in Latvia, I think we need a funding from the state in research as opposed to Germany. That would be good, I see. I don't think we can depend on private funding alone in research, nothing, right? And let's say you mentioned the Mākslīgā Intellect centers, right? So I've been to some of those meetings and these working meetings, and I do not find that those particular meetings were very collaborative. So Davids was talking about collaboration between these institutions. And I found they were very supportive of 2 or 3 big institutions, mostly Riga Technical University and Latvian University, and I didn't see representatives from other institutions. In fact, as a matter of fact, that particular Mākslīgā Intellect centers did not, to my knowledge, did not invite anybody from the private institutions. So what I guess my argument would be, / question is that I think in Latvia, from my perspective, is private schools also need to have access to the state funding. And the second is, maybe in Germany you don't need such a strong collaboration between state institutions, but in Latvia we do. And I don't think it's, from my perspective, is on a sufficient level. That there is, if the word could be nepotism, if that's a word, but that may be not correct word, but yeah, maybe you have reflection.
There's now a whole mix of questions, so let us start from one end, otherwise it's a bit difficult to answer. Well, regarding your last one about Mākslīgā Intellect centers, I have no idea what you're speaking of, because I have never been involved only as a project owner. I have submitted a project, and they have selected my project as one of the 3 that they will sandbox. Whatever that means, that remains to be seen. But the collaboration effort, I think, is good conceptually, that it is there, that NGOs can work with education institutions and government institutions all together to advance a good project that can help the society. And the one that we're working on, this is the process as code, is good for private institutions, for academic institutions, for public institutions, that you can turn processes into algorithms, and then you attach whatever AI model you have and experiment with it. It's a facilitation tool.
Have you given an example what you sold? You say about projects. Give me one example of projects.
Two examples.
Whom and what the name of project?
We are expecting to do a couple of pilot projects and proof of concept projects. One is for Tiesību sarga birojs, a very simple one. It's a state institution that receives a whole lot of complaints on different matters. So what we do, we facilitate a very smooth process how these are being firstly semantically analyzed, anonymized, and turned to the specific expert who can answer and provide already a draft answer. A very simple process. This is not a rocket science, but it is really good. Second is much more difficult. It is an incident escalation process for a technology company. For example, like LVRTC, they run a lot of telco and data center businesses where technology tends to break down or services tend to break down. So you need to pick from different sources. Is that a system? Is that a call center? Is that email? Is that something else? And you need to channelize it, very fast, very smooth to the expert who can solve it. And the AI, where it comes into play, is you provide the solution so that the person who sits there does not start scratching the head, well, what do we do with this? Because it is an incident, it must be resolved, it is critical.
That's very good.
Yeah. So
but I have a question to you both.
Good thing.
To you both, and mostly for you. Yeah. Do you know what the money will be given, the latest money for the research and development in Latvia? It's very interesting. We have European money, 1.8 billion, 230 million. It was Atvesļošanās fund, how it's in English, regeneration fund. Germans also have, and the other guys also have. This is from the latest package regarding COVID. 1.8 billion for digitalization. And when I look in the projects, what I saw, how this money is being spread, and lead your answer, it's sound or not? What the government done? I know the guy in financial ministry, he's a state secretary, vice state secretary, who is responsible all those 20 years about European funds. And he knows perfectly well how the money is flowing in and out. What they done was this $200 million, euros. They build up centers. It's called information technological centers. They split those centers, something around 15 centers. One center is, for example, industry, which is dealing with timber industry and so. The second center is consumer center. Then we go to agriculture center. I look deeper, who is the owner of those centers? They pretend to be private, but normally I saw what? Some 10 to 15 owners who paid 1,000 euros, no more. 1,000, 1,500, build such center. They add some universities, Latvian universities, state universities, no privates, state universities. Then they add, I found no IT company at all, whom I know very well in Latvia, who make money at least, no. There was some factories like Caravella. When I asked this guy who is the owner of Caravella, who is always talking about macroeconomics in Latvia, he's the chairman of Confederation of this business, yeah? He even doesn't know that he is the participant. And when I look inside, how much money they got? This money was split. Everybody has 12, 15 million, each of this center. Then I look at the objectives, what they're going to do. And then I understood where this money is flowing to the sound. They are making platforms. They're making platform. I teach business platforms 7 years in university and also in the Latvian university. I teach this American study course. And they make a platform which will give information to those who are in this industry. And my question to you is that you have explained that it's necessary to invest in research and development and so on. And we always understand in Latvia, stupid, that this is only government who is giving money. And we compare our 0.5% with, for example, 3% in Sweden, 5% in Finland, but they are private money very much inside that. But here, privates, how much is given? Practically nothing. And then when the money is coming and the government, and ask this guy, what you are doing? You are spreading money in the sand. He's saying, I don't care. I'm Minister of Finance. I know I split the money. Nobody is protesting. Government accepting. That's all. What I mean, your opinion about that, because you are in this sphere, and this huge money is flowing. And if you are not participating in this, then it's empty talking about the research development in this poor country.
Yeah. My presentation and the study aim was not about adding more funding to research. It was opposite. It was about restructuring and streamlining it and putting the right governance on that. So yeah.
But you were, I'm sorry, I kind of interject. So were you?
But I believe you were talking about the competence centers, right? If I'm right, yeah, okay. This is something, it's like a coin with two sides. From one side, you can like give this kind of comment from another side, which I know. This instrument is built, first of all, as an instrument for smart specialization. This is the reason why they are specializing in industries. This is part of Latvian smart specialization strategy. Secondly, as you know, the capacity of Latvian manufacturing companies, like regular companies, the capacity of research and development is quite low. So this is the only instrument they have as research and development funding instrument, where some money comes in and they can not really invent, but they can research and develop new product designs or something, right? Because they have no capacity by themselves. And this is the reason why some specialized companies are coming together, like they are 10 or 11, and they can really ask for funding to, for example, to redesign some old products. And I don't know how effective it is, but just to explain you how it works from inside.
Mm-hmm. Henri, but we didn't, there was these three complex questions which I mixed in between, so I'll return to the first one. Again, the first one was not answered. I am really
AI sovereignty. I think that's the most interesting one. Why don't we talk about that?
Yeah, I'm bothered by that very naturally.
And you're right, saying that now Europe, well, not just Europe, all parts of the world are dependent on the solutions coming out of the US.
States, yeah.
Correct. So what can be done about is one question. The second is, does it help us in the future or does it not? And I think that from a perspective of creativity, it will help us. Because we are now starting to realize that we cannot outsource everything, including thinking, right? We can outsource manufacturing, of shoes and maybe even of food products, but outsource thinking is a dangerous business. So I would argue that it will eventually sort of recreate creativity in Europe. And I think your examples were good ones. You didn't specifically say that your AI does not work on US models, but why don't you start thinking about that as well?
But then I want to tie up Emil's. You work also in, so you had, you throughout the day you listen to our heated discussions, and thank you for your input, right? So it's Central Europe.
About the money
yes, Czech Republic. I would like to. I would like to refer to the Czech Republic because here it was a discussion about the money coming from the government. Actually, I'm representing also private institution, Newton University from the Czech Republic. Annually, there is an operational program from the Czech government allocating around 400,000 euro per university, private university. So we do 400,000 euro, almost $500,000.
It's annual.
Annual, yeah. And this money comes to the university for digitalization of lectures and seminars, which means that all lectures and seminars are digitalized, so they are recorded in the digital space. The students can access them 24/7, you know, the teachers can come back to that, they can comment and so on. Also, implementation of some of AI tools, which strongly, you know, the university. So in our case, like in the Czech case, private institutions can access governmental money, state money, not only the state. Of course, in comparison to the amounts which go to the state university, it's inconsiderably lower, but still the private institutions do have access. And our strategy from the private institutions in the Czech Republic is to access projects, not only these international, but also nationwide, in collaboration with the state university, where the synergy comes and, you know, there is a knowledge transfer, there, you know, expertise, and we can create synergy, we can create, you know, better outcome. So this is basically the Czech reality, if I can comment on that from a higher education perspective.
I have one question to Professor from Germany. I really want to ask you. Ich lese Spiegel jede Woche und I follow the things.
Ich nicht mehr.
Nein, ich lese schon. Gibt's kein anderes Zeitschrift. So what I want to ask you, how it's possible that the nation who are inventors of diesel, who are inventors of very many innovations in real life and industry, till today, they have not invented any single platform, business platform, at least could compete with those bloody American, not only five big ones, but there's a lot of others, Uber, R&B, and so I can tell. And perhaps it has to be a reason. Okay, Japanese also have not. The Russians have not, I know, they never have it. But how the Germany is not inside this game? Because if you don't have platforms, you don't have possibility to develop AI, because all those AI are owned by platforms, big ones. We know very nice. Everything is owned by those big ones. Like OpenAI, it's owned by Microsoft, the Anthropic. Actually, there's no possible to be a long time to be a startup. Big platforms will catch you, and they will build data centers, enormous investments. How the Germany has not managed to do it? Please, I need honest answer.
I'm not quite sure if I'm the right person to answer this global question to Germany, but in which area?
You're talking about Europe.
Yeah, but in which area is Germany up front right now? We are driving, we are focusing on gasoline cars. We are not into e-cars. We are stopping the climate revolution. We are the renewable, sustainable energy. We are stopping this. We are focusing on gas right now. You understand? So we stopped everything and any innovative movement. So we are stucking right now. So
price of electricity in Europe.
yeah. So in which area are we up front? And all our core values, like we are in German engineering, German education, it's gone. So we are stucking there as well.
Are you complacent that it's gone? So it's just a statement. What is the...
Yeah, sure. I do not have the answer, but I live in Germany, and I see in every field we are not moving ahead. We are not up front. We are wait and see. But I'm, as an educational researcher, I see, and I try to answer both of these questions, I think we are very fast in adapting. So yes, sure, we are working with AI engines from abroad, but there are no one-size-fits-all solutions for higher education. So you have to take the engines and then you have to make them adaptable for university business, for example. And I think we are quite fine and fast with that and say, okay, yeah, by the way. But this is also a very special chat, but that is the only point I can make. I think we are not good in being upfront, but we are good in, okay, wait and see, and try to catch up.
Yeah. Okay, I would like to extend what
Tim just said about education and where you started with asking about Palantir. Okay, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but think a bit the Lord of the Rings way. Palantir, it comes from where? What's their business? We're looking into the crystal ball and seeing what everything is happening, what everybody's doing around. So, well, the offer, join us for sell yourself for 70,000 so that you don't go to education institutions, to universities. Don't go through their system. Don't make them stronger. That's actually a terrible signal maybe, but at the same time it's a good and valid signal for universities. Us, universities, education, we have to change. We need to change. There is no other way than become, well, really more applied in our nature, rather than researching the, feeding habits of penguins, which is obviously probably an interesting topic. We still need to contribute to society, or tech companies will do that better than we do. And they will take away our crowd, students.
Okay, so then I will ask a question I suppose to any of you could apply. If there's one thing, we'll say, well, we understand you made a statement, you made a symptom that we need to change. What is the most immediate one universities should do, and I imagine also state institutions? And right now, if I asked you, what would be the immediate steps you would recommend to the government, to the rector of universities to do immediately to have some kind of output eventually from what you just suggested?
Okay, if we would exaggerate the proposal, that's close whatever programs we have and create, well, future-oriented ones. The issue with universities today is that the knowledge on which we are basing our current curricula is actually 10 years old. We look back at the demand in labor market. Based on that, which was, let's say, 5 years ago, we designed the program, we accredited it, we executed it. In 10 years from the inception, we have the first students. But the world is changing much faster than it is. As Ivar said, we are adapting some of the programs each and every year, and we're substantially changing. We're not just changing faculty, we're not just changing maybe a couple of courses, we are completely reworking the content of that. And this is the key thing, not about closing, but actually changing the mindset. University hasn't created one constant static value to offer to society, to offer to students. We live in an agile world. We don't stick to, well, documents carved in stone, accreditations made in past. We need a real-life experience brought in by businesses, working with them together. They do deliver also the message of what is required for the businesses in labor market. We can predict based on that what is required, and probably we need to shorten also those learning cycles and move into micro-credentials rather than stick to very formal and extensive programs. I don't know what about Czech.
Yes, from my perspective, my statement is that what immediately needs to be done, it's one thing is the digitalization and the full implementation of AI in the processes of the universities, because I can see that across universities still there are programs and processes, workflow still lagging behind, so that's one thing. And the second is related to what Walter said, it's with the internationalization of the curriculum and bringing more related into the turbulent times. Because we live and we have been living, but a lot of programs they're set up with in an isolated environment, so not taking into account the crises, these challenges, the VUCA environment, which today multiple times we have heard. So this is from my perspective, what really immediate needs to be implemented and to be taken step, from university level.
What of Henri and Davids? Not from the educational, obviously, from the state.
No, for the education, I have
private entrepreneurship.
The solution, I think, is individualization. That everybody studies individually at the time and pace and different ways that are suitable to a person, because this is the time when people are, you know, they are, the individuals are the value, not collectives, not countries, not flags or anthems. I think individualism is now the big thing. And I just can say that approximately 10 years ago, I was part of a team. We developed this Riga high-tech university concept, where at that time there was no AI, but there were online courses that were started to be available. And the concept was that students at their own time watch these courses, then they come to the university for a week, for example, if those are foreign students, and they work with the faculty, and in the end they pass exam. 10 years ago we came with this idea, we played around with it, and it died off. Similarly, we had another idea of autonomous driving test track in Riga, same thing. Now I hear that the minister cites and says, well, we are considering doing this and that. In the private sector, these ideas float around, and sometimes just a little push from the government is enough to help. If it is not there, it dies off. So this AI sandbox is this possibly a push if we speak about the AI. And educational AI can also be tried at this sandbox of this sort. Thank you.
I can give an answer from my role in European Space Agency, because as Germany is very strong in space. and we don't talk about the diesel engines. We talk about integrated, really complex systems. So answering to that question, when we go to technology development, and we discuss technology capabilities a lot, we see that the knowledge base right now, which we have as potential employees in the market, they lack really. And European Space Agency is facilitating quite a lot of activities, and they are mostly built on the idea that we build modular approach, which means, so it's in fact as well international. So we build specific modules in specific universities where people can really access some knowledge, and those modules are like and they finance those modules. It's just an illustration how external partner can really finance some new educational modules in some specific universities. But I think this is a principle that we have to talk much more with industry and engage industry in some new model. I was listening, it was just a few weeks ago, there was educational course in Latvia launched, and it was about workflow programming using like large language models, and the participation rate in this course was 1,500 people online. And in reality, when we look into the universities, what we have, we know that this, you talked a lot about it today as well, this is becoming really crucial for many businesses to automatize processes. But there is nobody in universities who really has this module in place. And I think the universities has a very slow adaptation rate. It's incredible. We are like 5 years behind all the time.
I will also say from one way. Now I know the answer, but I give my opinion, yes?
That's good.
Opinion.
The last one,
opinion. Yeah, I know, you're our last one. There's a dark side of the moon of this conference theme. Why it's a big hype of AI in education and research development in contrast to the real business? Because in the education, you will see results very fast. If you apply AI tools, you will see a real results very, very fast. In research development, the same thing. You could fast get information, literature, everything, use agents. Unfortunately, in the real business, the latest information that I got some 3 months ago, Economist, that only 1.5% of the 100% the wishes fulfill. So it means the big business managers are saying, yeah, it's very nice that you are talking about AI, but when they look at the real numbers, effectivity of the productivity has not grown faster as only 1.5%. And we've spoken with Walter, the dark side is that it could be that we are running so fast in front in education with AI, but if this gap will remain with industry and effect will be not implemented, that all those companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, and so I could say they go busted very severely. And it will be not very bad for others because they are owned by platforms and platforms are trillionaires. But it will be a serious back force. This is number one. Number two, about the university, what you said. He has no chance to stay alive. If we want to catch up this trend and to exchange, to be flexible, to be fast, there's no chance to keep academic stuff stable. No, it's not real. Then we need to change those guys who are teaching. We need to ask them coming from different companies, from different ways, even some freaks who know the systems. And academic staff who is used to work long time and to make, they are not capable of that. The only way out could be for universities that will keep some percentage of classical academic stuff, not to lose the basics. Because when the business platform starts, it was a moment that's completely different economy. Yeah, this is different marketing, different financing, different everything else like classical business models. But some rules remain that you have to compete, you have to be better, you have to do this, you have to be cost bar and so. So from my point of view, if we universities, we could manage also to keep a small part of classical stuff. Anything else, if you want to be flexible and if you want to adapt ourselves as universities to the new trends of this, what is coming with this AI, whatever else, there's no chance. Or there's another way, which is very bad for Europe, and this is the reason why Europe has no free trade agreement with USA. When I was in European Parliament, I was very interested. What the hell? We have so many close relations. It was in Obama time. It's very interesting. This agreement was practically finalized in the same time when Canada. With Canada we signed, but with USA no. You know what the reason was? The reason was not only French who say, yes, they will ruinize our language. No, the reason was Europeans have started to think, but what happened? If we sign free trade agreement with the United States, it means free access for big American companies in all fields to come free to Europe, to participate in the concurses made by government, by local government, even education companies, it means universities, even medicine companies, even medicines, and then it's totally clear that they have such resources that European companies go down immediately or will be members. And this is the way how the universities have to think. How can we survive in this enormous tempo, which is coming, with enormous tempo? And unfortunately, we don't know the real result. It will be 100% good or not.
So with that, I think that would be a topic to our next year's conference. We have come to conclusion, gentlemen, and dear audience, I wanted to quickly rehash what we talked today about. So the 19th annual Scientific Baltic Business Management Conference focused on everything from geopolitics, security through AI and emerging technologies to question how education, governance, and sustainable development can work together. What is clear from today that the sort of shifts in turbulence and rocky landscape navigation is permanent. The sort of peaceful status quo is not anymore, is not going to change anytime foreseeable for the future. What is clear that we do have agency, even in the competition with the United States. And I wanted to thank all the panelists and of course the staff and the team, the organizing team, Professor Walter Skaja for this one. And we are... All right, so please follow us, riseba.com on YouTube, and if you see us on stream, put a check mark. I like it a lot.